Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time! I want cocks all over me!
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome! Show me what you got!
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
You know when he's Mr. Tough Guy when he's standing behind the microphone?
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show!
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it, come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
And Poundcake is back there behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Already a Wednesday.
Doesn't feel like it.
What does it feel like?
Feels like a Tuesday, but that was because we were out Monday.
Yeah, right.
So I'm all backed up.
He's all backed up.
Not me. I ate some bad sour cream yesterday, and I am cleaned out.
You had bad sour cream?
Yeah, I took a chance. I'm like, how old is this sour cream? I got it this time. I opened it then, and I'm like, yeah, it should be okay. And it was not, and it woke me up in the middle of the night.
Sour cream's tough because you don't know as you're eating it, really its state, because there's some bitterness to it, and that's what makes sour cream so enjoyable. Not for Mary, of course.
That happens to me every time.
Every time you have sour cream, right? It doesn't. See, which actually kind of.
I know you're.
That's kind of
quite
good.
Now. Yeah.
That's kind of good because it doesn't matter if it's good or bad. It's going to affect you the same way.
Well, the last time I had it, I was so my belly bloated to the point where I couldn't button my pants. I had to I was sitting there and I was just so uncomfortable and miserable. My brain felt cloudy. It's not a good experience.
So lactose intolerance it turns you into a balloon? Is that what happens?
No, it bloats you up because your body's like, yo, we can't process this. We don't have the enzymes to do what you want us to do.
To break this down.
Right. So your body just expand and bloat. I'm like, I can't do anything.
Yeah. This was one that just woke me up from a dead sleep.
Yeah.
Like nice quality sleep happening, and then around 4 a.m. my body's like, hey, now.
Time to get up. All right, well then explain that to me because I don't understand here, right? If you're just eating sour cream or whatever, why would it bloat you? Why would it doesn't expand in your body,
Your body can't break it down, so it's reacting however it can. I don't know the chemical reaction that happens.
That's what I'm wondering
about.
That
I don't
know.
Right. I know that when you take lactate pills, you're putting the enzyme that your body lacks into your body, so that way it can break it down.
Why it's called lactate, because you lack that enzyme.
Correct.
Right.
Aiding in the lacting. But yeah, that's usually what'll happen. The first signs is you'll get all bloated and super uncomfortable and burpy and gassy, and then it just.
Okay.
If you're super milk, if I have milk or ice cream, I'll throw up.
I guess
Everything
the bloating
else
I don't understand because
comes out the other way.
If dairy expands in your body or whatever, I don't know.
I don't think it's a physical space thing. I think it's a not being able to break
well, it probably
down.
makes some sort of, like you said, some sort of
It's
gas.
gas.
Yeah.
Like your body can't break it down, so it just kind of expand. I don't know the chemical reaction.
Again,
behind
I
it.
defer to you. You're the one with the lactose intolerance. I think you'd know chapter and verse of how it affects your body, but
I know
apparently
that it
you
doesn't
don't.
agree.
Do you even have lactose intolerance, Mary?
Yes.
Maybe you don't. Maybe it's psychosomatic.
Nope.
Yeah, somebody hit me up the other night. They go, Alan, I watch the show a lot, and do you have OCD? They ask me, and people have asked me this before because I'm very fastidious, and it's I've always said no, absolutely not. But
you are a fast idiot.
I don't know what that even means anymore to people. OCD, because everybody has kind of taken it for their own purposes. People go, I'm OCD, so I'm like, I don't think you know what that means. I may very well be, but I would never cop to it because I don't think. I was reading a thing the other day with this guy, and he goes, "Oh, I've been OCD as long as I can remember. Like, I need to know that the faucet's off." And that the door's locked. And I'm like, that's OCD, making sure your faucets are off and your doors are locked?
I think it's when it starts to interrupt your daily
It's
life.
obsessive compulsive disorder.
And that's what I'm saying, is I think most people don't fall under the category of obsessive.
Right.
They're like, well, I do this and that. And I go, yeah, okay.
Well, here's one.
But I don't think making sure your door's locked makes you have OCD.
Have you ever turned around because you forgot to turn off a light, or you are thinking that you didn't lock your house door, or like a back door or window was open or something like that?
No, lock it on my phone.
Well, I'm just saying, like, people who do that, people who have OCD, they drive down the road and they're like, oh, damn, did I leave?
But it's not even
Yeah,
that.
you go back and check and see if you locked your door. How is that OCD?
If you're truly like obsessive compulsive disorder, that's where you think that your family's going to die if you don't lock the door 13 times or wash your hands 7 times.
That's what I'm talking about.
15
That's
minutes.
like OG OCD.
Yeah.
That's what I understand. People that would like wash their hands constantly, or they have to tap the doorknob. Like, stuff that really you can't get out of your brain. But over time, people have just kind of used it for whatever their purposes are.
I fold my towels. I'm so OCD. Like, I just have to fold my towels.
I just thought it was
What are
funny.
you
I was reading to
talking
this guy. He goes, "Oh, I've just been OCD for so long.
Now, did they?
I lock my doors. I check my faucets.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Like me? Yeah. So again, I don't think that I have. I know that when I have money in my pocket, all the bills have to face the same way. I don't think that rises to the level of an obsession.
No,
it's
just organization.
It's a quirk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Quirk, yeah.
At most, I would say that I'm obsessively organized. Is what I would say.
I'm so OCD that none of my stuff has to be organized, and that's how I like it. If something's organized, I'm like, knock it on the floor, make sure
Creative
it's unorganized.
workspace over here?
But you're, and there's a functionality to your organization.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Alan.
Oh, to me?
What were they saying that you were doing that made them think that you're OCD?
I don't even remember. Just things, a combination of things that I've said, or when I'm, if they can watch when I'm organizing things here and putting things, I have
Putting
to have
things in order so that you know where to find them next time you want to use them.
That I have a very specific way of working. That's right. But again, I don't think that rises to the level. But I think people use OCD as a way to describe things that.
People say I am OCD when it's a disorder. You have it or you don't.
It can be
You are
obsessive and
not
compulsive.
it.
Oh,
Yeah.
not
That's
it. So you say not it.
A pet peeve of mine when I hear people like, I am so OCD.
That's
It'd be
'cause you're so OCD.
It'd be like someone saying like, I am so herpes or something. You know
I'm
what I mean?
so
Like,
alcoholic.
No, you have herpes. Like you.
Mary, you are so alcoholic.
Oh my God, I'm so
and
I
alcoholic.
salute you for your
HIV.
bravery.
Can you
Yeah,
get
that's what I'm
208
saying.
where she says, I am so herpes?
I went to the doctor and I'm so cancer.
That's what it is. No, it's, you have,
have
OCD.
OCD.
It's a disorder that
I
you
see.
have or you do not have.
I see. Wow.
You are
This is-
not. You are not OCD. That's not how it
I am
works.
so OC.
That
works.
I'm so glad that I brought this up because it's clearly been a long simmering thing with you.
No, it's just one of those weird little things I hang on to that I hear a lot of people say, and I have to fight it not to correct them. It's like hearing supposedly. I'm just like, it's a
The
word.
downside of me being a word nerd is that any mistake I make on the air, 100 people will slam me.
They go,
on it.
"Ah!"
That's
Yeah.
right. And I'm like anybody else. I'm a human. I'll mess up. And I did say ATM machine. And boy, now again, if that's as bad as it gets around here, we're doing all right.
But it's not.
But it's not. And
I can cop to
We got the
it.
menus of
Side-eye.
society.
yeah, no, I didn't even mean you. I just meant criticism of me. It's a lot worse than that. But yeah, ATM machine, I did say that. Or when people say HIV virus, You know, of course, the proper medical terminology is the HIV. But yeah.
Full-blown AIDS.
I like that one. Full-blown AIDS. Yeah. I always thought that was just kind of a little dig at the gay community back in the day, too. You know, it's people really take that.
It's
People really take their liberties.
It's in somebody's joke or a movie or something.
There's a whole song from Family Guy. You have AIDS, not HIV, full-blown AIDS.
Oh, I'm picturing a very specific. I don't know where it is, but someone's like, "Well, tell me what is it? What is it? Is it full-blown AIDS?" I think it's a comedian that says that about maybe going to a doctor. Or
Listen,
something,
everybody knows that sensitive topics are much funnier when they're sung by a barbershop quartet.
True.
Yeah. I've got a break. I got a lot of things to get to today, so allow me to get to them. If you want to send a text, 35192. If you want to hit us up at AlanCoxShow.com, you can. You can watch the show there, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And
for the love of Cox.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
We'll be talking about a thing that we're doing here at MMS on Sunday. They're going to be opening the Rock Hall one day early. They're opening to the general public again on Monday. But this Sunday, MMS and I Heart Cleveland are doing a thing with the Rock Hall for healthcare workers and their families. They will get first dibs on the reopened Rock Hall on Sunday. So you can get tickets for that if you go to rockhall.com starting tomorrow. Look into it. If you are a healthcare worker and or family, you can get in and see what's going on at the Rock Hall. Well, they got all their new safety precautions, lockdown, and all that stuff, as you would expect. So you'll get in there a day early and be able to see what's going on, and then everybody else on Monday when it reopens.
We should do a Whitney Houston rock block to commemorate this whole thing.
Sure. Put that together for me, Bill.
Yeah.
It'll be precisely 0
Poundcake,
songs.
can you help me out with that?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It'll be 25 minutes of dead air. But anyway, rockhall.com for the details on that on Sunday. And we'll talk to Greg Harris shortly. Well, a little bit tomorrow. We'll talk to him.
Are you going to be mad at him because he knew that Whitney Houston was going to get in?
Did he know that Whitney Houston was going to get in?
I'll
absolutely grill him about it. The CEO of the Rock Hall doesn't pick who gets into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I'm just saying, you thought it was a shoo-in because she didn't even get the fan vote. Like, the fan vote didn't even matter because you said that she started coming in last, and then, she still got
not
in
last, but she wasn't in the top 5.
Mm-hmm. Well, she was just a shoo-in, I guess.
I don't know why. I don't understand why you have such a feeling of superiority over this whole thing.
Because I said she was going to get in,
but
and I was right.
You were accidentally correct.
I wasn't
yes.
accidentally.
You had no inside information. Secondly, being a Whitney Houston fan, I will not begrudge anyone, as I've said. Very talented woman.
You can't be a fan and call her a crackhead at the same time.
Of course you can.
You can't.
R. Kelly is a rapist, and you love R. Kelly.
I said I like his music. I didn't say I was a fan of R. Kelly.
But you can call him a rapist. Call him a rapist because he is.
But I'm not a fan of R.
That's
Kelly.
not what you said. You said you can't call her a great artist and a crackhead. Of course you can. She was both.
I said you can't be a fan and call her a crackhead.
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay.
You can object. No one objectively says that Whitney Houston was not a talented woman, but she does not belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I can say she has her demons, like all of us.
Well, she doesn't anymore. She hasn't for a while. But her demons.
Yeah, that's what I say. Instead of calling her a crackhead, she has her demons.
You explain away for people you like, and you grill to the nth degree on people you don't. You
Name
hold
one.
people feet to the flame. Yeah, Google it, bitch. Yeah, name one.
I don't remember any.
What am I going to dig through the tape?
Yes.
I don't remember anything I said.
Any other time, y'all play back what I say.
Uh-huh. No, I didn't have this prepared. Mm-hmm. I'm speaking off the cuff here.
Okay. Well, she just all crackheaded Whitney. Fine, she getting into rock and roll.
No,
Hall of Fame
listen,
just
I'm
the
not.
same.
I'm not saying that I'm being hyperbolic when I call her that because I know it riles you up.
It does.
I know it does. But she was a crackhead. But also, obviously a very talented woman.
Sure.
But my feeling on this, and I'll ask Greg Harris about it tomorrow.
Well, he's going to have to answer diplomatically.
So?
Can't be like, do you think she belongs in there? And be like,
No.
Oh, hell no.
No.
What if he does?
Absolutely not.
No.
What if he's...
I don't care if... No, I'm not going to put him on the spot. I don't
Right.
care if he thinks she should go in, right? His opinion on it as the CEO isn't any more valuable than anyone else's because he's not in charge of the nominating committee.
Mm-hmm.
It used to be Jan Wenner, one of those guys, I think, before they divested themselves. But my opinion on the subject is no less valid either. And people can make the argument, well, you got all these hip-hop people in there, you got all these, why are they in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? Because
sex and drugs.
those people were, there was a rock and roll aesthetic to them. Mm-hmm. There are hip-hop bands that will tell you the rock bands they were influenced by. Right, you'll have Public Enemy, you'll have Chuck D go, we were influenced, sure, by hip-hop and rap, but also by The Clash. or the Motor City 5, whatever. Other bands that aren't getting in. And again, I'm no purist. I'm on record. I'm no purist. But there is no rock band who has ever been inspired by Whitney Houston. Not even Fall Out Boy.
They're a pop band, or what does he call them? Punk band.
No, Panic at the Disco is Poundcake's favorite.
That's not true.
You said they're your favorite punk band.
No, I'm talking about Fall Out Boy.
No, you said Panic at the Disco was your favorite punk band.
They are, but I'm correcting you about Fall Out Boy wasn't inspired by Whitney Houston. They actually have a cover of Whitney Houston.
I was being sarcastic.
Oh.
And I think that they probably covered her.
They covered How Will I Know?
With Tongue Firmly in Cheek.
Because
the kids who are into them are like, this is a great song. I don't know who originally did it, but I like this version of it. All those pop punk bands were doing those like wink wink covers of songs that nobody, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
These like wink.
There's a whole
They were
newfound
punk and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Newfound Glory albums where they're at the movies, where they just do all like the movie songs. Fantastic, love those.
Yeah, the one band did Don Henley. Who did Boys of Summer?
Boys of Summer. That was
the Ataris.
Ataris, yeah.
Yeah. Again, it would suck.
Atari's biggest hits are covers.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like their best song is "The Radio Still Sucks," but it's like 45 seconds long, which is why it's their best song. But again, it would suck if your hits were covers. That would really stick in my craw.
Because you make no money off of that.
I don't know that you make no money. You're still selling your records.
But it's somebody else's song that someone else wrote.
You're making less money.
You're making
less money.
A penny.
You're drawing people in with that song, and people go, "Oh, let me buy the album."
And that's what got Marilyn Manson known, was doing a cover of "Sweet Dreams," right?
Yes, but
then he had other hits after that.
Yeah, that's right.
But people didn't know who he was until he had that song.
That's right. Band called Orgy back in the day covered Blue Monday.
Yeah.
Alien Ant Farm did Smooth Criminal, right? And then they weren't heard from for 20 years, so they go, I guess we'll just do another cover. So they just did another cover of another song.
What song did they do?
I don't know. It was like a month ago or something.
Movies was a good song.
For the Movies was a good song, yeah. They just did, I don't know what they did, but, they did Everything She Wants by Wham. Another wink wink song. But whatever, it's fine.
He's everything she wants. He's everything
not
she needs.
That one.
That's Wham.
That is not Wham.
Are you sure?
I am sure, yes. That was a band called Vertical Horizon from Washington, D.C.
Oh, man.
Remember them?
Yeah.
Everything inside of me that
Mid-90s
she wish
post
she could be.
Mid-90s post-grunge right there. Yeah.
That's like a shopping mall.
No one's ever going to top Poundcake Smooth Criminal cover anyway, so why even try?
That's the best one.
And no one's ever going to top Puddle of Mud's Nirvana cover, so I don't know why anybody tries that either.
I want the lyrics on this.
You can't understand what he's saying?
There's a lot of spit in there. That was clearly pre-coronavirus. They weren't wearing a mask or anything. He's spraying his droplets all over the joint. Hey, Denny.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Hate the show.
Thank you. What's up?
But I love Mary.
Yeah.
Hey, when she's talking about the lactose intolerant, I got a granddaughter that is. And there's a dairy in Ashland, Ohio. And what they found out, there's two different types of milk. There's a type A milk and a type B milk. And in the United States, with all the breeding that we did over the years, we bred out the B side of the milk that which makes you lactose intolerant, is the A type. The B type is still found in Europe, Australia, and New Zealand and stuff. And this girl with her parents' farm down there, she studied this all up, and she started two different herds. And they got a type milk and a B type milk. And the B type you can drink and it doesn't bother you. And they make all kinds of things into it.
What do you guys especially buy type A milk?
This specific farm in Ashland makes the type B.
Yeah, there's other dairies that do it, but this one specializes in it in Ashland.
We specialize in milk that won't make you fart.
Yep.
It's right on the carton.
I mean, my granddaughter, she can't have anything like that. And we found out, and there was a store in Spencer, Ohio, that sells it, and we get her chocolate milk, and she is happy-go-lucky.
I wonder why that isn't a much bigger thing.
I don't know. There's a bunch of articles out there on it, but that's one of the big things.
Wow. Type A and Type B milk.
Because probably there's a bigger industry for like skim milk or coconut milk or something like that.
Well, I think it's probably Big Lactaid, too, that's trying to keep these people off the... they don't want people messing with Type B milk.
Yeah, my grandson, he drinks chocolate milk, and she would get nuts because she couldn't do it. And then all of a sudden we found this, and she's like, So,
yeah, plus all those cows have to sign non-disclosure agreements, too, and it's very difficult to get them to do that, too.
They just don't have that thumb.
Yeah, they don't. Okay, hey, thank you, Denny.
Yeah.
All right. There's Denny out in Lodi dropping some truth bombs on young Mary Santora there.
Yeah, what I'm finding online is A1 and A2, and it's got beta casein, CASEIN, casein.
Yeah.
And that's what affects your body and yada yada.
There you go. Figure it out. Casein's just a protein, right? Some people take it as like a supplement.
Sure.
Yeah. Alan, I'm a therapist, and OCD has to have the obsessive thoughts that are then stopped by the compulsive behavior. Oh. Lots of people have obsessive thoughts and compulsive behaviors, but it's not OCD. I always thought of myself as, I would say I make the distinction with myself that as measured and fastidious as I try to be, I've always considered myself more impulsive than compulsive. Mm-hmm. And I've had to try to keep that at bay, too. I've made some very bad decisions over the course of my life out of impulsivity.
I think a lot of people have. Mm-hmm. Most bad decisions come out of impulsivity.
I don't know about that. There's a lot there's a lot of people who take time and research and still make really bad decisions.
Yes, but I would say that the majority of them is based on I want to do this right now. I don't care about the outcome. This is what I want in this moment.
Yeah. But some people are able to stop themselves and go, well, this is ridiculous. This won't end well. And other people go, I don't care.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
That's right. That's right.
I'll have to give it a second guess. Sometimes, like, if I'm sitting on my couch and I know that... So, like, if I'm filling up my water pitcher or something, you know what I mean? I can't just fill it up and put it back in the sink. I have to, like, fill it to the brim, wait until it's done, and then put it in the, I didn't mean sink, in the fridge. So it's little things like that I think are, like you said, just quirks where I'm like, I am sitting there constantly thinking, okay, probably in about 2 more minutes I have to go check the water pitcher, make sure it's full, and then put it back. I don't know if I would be...
Wait.
So like a Brita pitcher, right?
Oh, like it filters down through
so
the
it takes a minute to fill up.
Right.
And that's what's on my mind until that pitcher is put back into the fridge, even if I'm sitting and watching TV.
Well, that's just because the job's not finished.
Yeah, so there's like the things like that where I'm sometimes like, man, these
you gotta finish
tendencies or whatever. But
you just like things to be finished.
Or have you I've gotten out of bed in the middle of the night to make sure the doors are locked.
I thought you were supposed to spit in it, and that's how you filled it up.
I don't have that much spit.
The Brita pitcher. That's why I didn't use one, because it took forever.
That's why your water's always so warm.
Yeah. Well, we put it in the fridge afterwards.
That's why it's always so thick.
Thick and slimy.
Cold and thick.
And I go through so many filters.
Colton Thick is Robin Thicke's brother.
I'll tell you what, Colton Thick. Now, and I'm very curious what you think about the disbanding the police. If you think it's a doable, feasible, wise option. Well, listen, this is what people are running into. This is a branding issue.
Yep.
No one is saying there shouldn't be any police. Defund the police is very different than disbanding. Minneapolis is talking about, I think their city council said that they had a veto-proof majority that wanted to dismantle the Minneapolis Police Department and rebuild it from the ground up. Nobody's saying no police. Nobody's saying that. But defund the police is something that Republicans are going to beat Joe Biden over the head with, because it makes him sound like he's soft on crime.
He didn't agree to it, though.
Well, no, because he's still got some police unions that he kind of quietly wants in the mix.
And he's got all the ideas. Shoot him in the knee.
Yeah, shoot him in the knee, not center mass.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Makes sense.
You know, let's just shoot people in the knee.
People get the hell on my nerves.
So listen, when they talk about defunding the police, no one's talking about getting rid of police departments. Camden, New Jersey did this many, many years ago. If you see any cities that have had very peaceful protests with police officers in the mix, it's it's because those cities have gone through this before. Camden, New Jersey did this years ago. Minneapolis would not be the first city to do this. They might be the biggest city to do this, but they're not the first city to do this. I mean, police officers themselves, the former police chief of Dallas was giving a speech or something, and the video's kind of going around. Police officers themselves will say that they're stretched too thin. So defund the police is basically like, why are we spending so much money on policing when it's disproportionately affecting black and brown communities? They're like, we want the same budget priorities that white communities have created for themselves.
Yeah.
For schools or whatever.
Mental health.
Mental health. I mean, again, this Dallas police chief was like, look, every...
Dog catching.
That's what he said. Yeah. Every societal failure, people say, get the cops to solve it. There's not enough mental health funding, call the cops. There's not enough drug addiction funding, call the cops out there. You got a homeless guy, call the cops. He's like, in Dallas, we have a loose dog problem. Have cops chase loose dogs. Schools fail, get the cops on it. So by their own admission, we're asked to do too many things. So defunding the police is like, why are we spending $156 million on the police when you could better vet your officers? Break it down to the studs, but then better vet your officers as peacekeepers or whatever, and then put some of that money toward mental health or toward homeless, whatever.
Or drugs, or whatever it is.
Whatever it is. So that then that's not something that falls under the police department's purview, which is what they say they don't want. It seems to me like they make natural allies. We want law enforcement out here not beating the piss out of people, and we'd like people who need help to get it. Because the answer has always been like, well, that's great, but where are we going to find the money? Well, now they're trying to find the money. This is their line item. Let's defund the police. So nobody's out, but this is being used on the right wing, of course, to make it sound like
there's no police.
No police.
Next time you get robbed.
Right. That's not what anyone's talking about. We're not stupid. No one's talking about that.
Is it true that NYPD has a budget of $6 billion?
No, I don't think so. That sounds way too high. Eric Garcetti, who is the mayor of Los Angeles, his dad was the DA in the OJ trial, or during the OJ trial era. He is pulling $156 million from the Los Angeles Police Department to put toward other community initiatives for black and brown communities. So that's what they're talking about. If you can spare $156 million, you are spending a lot of money on your police department.
For tanks and...
Well, or for whatever. You
areas
know what I mean?
such as.
Areas and such as in...
That's the sound of the police!
As in such as Iraq and such as. So, I was watching this Brecksville protest. And I love the kids getting out there and protesting. I love it. Because that's when you're idealistic. That's when you have kind of the most piss and vinegar, People of every age group have been called upon to kind of protest now with this whole thing going on. But there's like a little pang of what I don't like to see is when it's more performative than organic. Mm-hmm. And the kids that were out there in Brecksville, God bless you. But if you're using this as an excuse because you just want to scream in cops' faces, I mean, Brecksville is a very white community. Mm-hmm. It's very white. So it's all white kids out there, which God bless. Right? But if you're using it to stand and hurl epithets at cops because that's what you want to do, that's not really in the spirit of what all this is.
Or the people who go just to take the pictures.
Or who go to just take the pictures. Here's me screaming in a cop's face.
Or just...
Why are you in riot here? There's no riots here. It's like, okay, that's cute, and I see what you're doing, but that really kind of dilutes what all of this is supposed to be about. Mm-hmm. There were some kids in Talmadge that were protesting too, and somebody yelled out, high school kids, and somebody yelled out of a passing car. Channel 5 aired this. That Homa Bash, who is crazy hot. You ever see that Homa Bash over on Channel 5? Huh?
She's super pretty.
There's a term we have on this show.
Foxy.
She's
Foxy.
Demonstrators were gathering in the Summit County city of Talmadge. As Bob Jones reports, the teenage organizers are confronting hate in their own community.
Around the Talmadge Circle this afternoon, a small number of protesters gathered and spread out. They held up signs and called for change. Most of them are only teenagers. They wore masks and stood mostly quiet, but their message spoke volumes, and many drivers showed support.
I have the privilege to just stay at home and just not care, just ignore this whole thing. But I'm out here protesting instead because I think it's the right thing to do.
The teens, part of Generation Z, are angry over the murder of George Floyd and racial inequality.
It's like so unfair that people are judged by the color of their skin.
Why are you laughing? She's sweet.
She's trying.
She's out there.
She's trying. That's just how she talks.
Power to the people.
It's like so
I thought
unfair.
that was Mary.
18-year-old Sam Burrell helped organize the demonstration in Talmadge, a suburb that has an African-American population of 5%.
Just felt important. There hasn't been any demonstrations in Talmadge in the last 2 weeks.
Well, Talmadge makes Brecksville look like Compton. And this kid got hit downtown. This kid that's talking, like a car hit him.
Or did someone do it?
Sam survived a scary incident 2 weeks ago in Akron.
Oh, he was the one that
As
got
his
hit.
video shows, he was hit by a pickup truck while trying to block traffic at Main and Market during a large protest. The teen suffered a broken arm and a concussion.
It was terrifying. It was scary. I couldn't believe that it was happening to me, of all people.
The teen stressed...
I like that.
I get
Well,
what he's
postscript.
saying.
Yeah, I
Of
know.
all
I like
people.
of all people. I thought for sure it would have happened to Frank, who was standing next to me. Frank's a dick.
I got
Black
this friend
eye.
Jimmy, and Jimmy, bad things happen to him all the time. I thought it would have happened to him, but it didn't. It happened to me.
Happened to me.
They want to be part of change, but change can be a major struggle. That was evident by what one driver shouted as we interviewed Natalie Tran. The hateful comment only bolstered the
Lady
teen's
drives by and goes, "White lives matter, not black."
Jeez.
Like, why is it a binary choice, by the way? I love that. What? No, not that. The other one.
Shit, what
Why
is-
not both, ma'am?
They always have a racist voice. Like that sounds like the voice of a racist. White lives matter too.
desire to speak out.
It just makes me want to protest more, to be honest. It makes me want to get them more educated, just, show them what reality is.
While the turnout was small, Sam hopes the message from teens leaves a lasting impression.
God bless the kids, boy. They're out there trying to do it. That woman wasn't even all lives matter. She was like, Black lives don't matter. Yeah.
White lives only.
White lives only. That is ratcheting it up a skosh, by the way.
I just can't. It's hard for me. And
She
I
could be
understand.
trolling.
Well, I
An
understand.
old lady in Talmadge driving by, probably
No,
not trolling.
I think that's exactly how she feels.
Yeah.
It's just getting to the point where I understand people in different areas and smaller towns, and when nobody. I understand how people get that way, but you have to stay so willfully ignorant at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Like people, I had someone comment on my Instagram today. I shared there's a kneel-in at Lakewood Park at 5 p.m. today. If anybody wants to go, I just shared it on my Instagram. Like, hey guys, here's some information. If you can go support, and still somebody comments with the, why not all lives matter? And I'm like, it's very difficult for me to believe that you haven't come across this yet.
By the way,
they are looking to say that at this point. They just want to say, well, why not all lives matter? Because they want to get that.
So you're saying
that
they don't
crap.
actually believe it, or they don't actually
I
want
think-
to be educated? They just want to say it?
They don't like stuff jammed down their throat.
They like getting
Jammed
stuff
down their throat.
They like the attention they get from saying that.
Yes.
And by the
when
way,
they say,
So annoying.
even if you
there's
say,
a lot of annoying people.
even if you say all lives matter, that encompasses black people. So I don't understand what the problem is. If you say all lives matter, you go, cool, let's go to the kneeling.
And there's a billion different great examples, people out there like, oh, if there's a house on fire, the fire department goes to that house. And if you're like, well, what about my house? Well, your house isn't on fire. The black people.
That's exactly what I responded with. I was like, if your friend got diagnosed with cancer and held a benefit, would you show up and be like, what about AIDS? Diabetes matters.
All cancer matters.
Right,
All
because that's
diseases
not
matter.
that's exactly what I said.
Mm-hmm.
All diseases matter. That's not what we're talking about right now. We're not saying those things aren't important.
And then someone else commented on your post and was like, well, what about black on black crime or abortion and stuff like that? It's like, that's not what we're talking. Stop trying. There's a lot of problems. We're not trying to fix every single problem. We're trying to focus on this one specific problem where black people are treated poorly by the police, which there are numbers out there that support this.
Which, by the way, could decrease a lot of the other problems you're trying to deflect people from.
Right.
ICE, we're coming for you next.
Who?
Ice.
Ice. Vanilla
Yeah.
ice. All right, I got a break. If you want to get a text, 35192. We'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
can text me 35192. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. And this week's Instagram hotties up there for you. There's a new Poundcake for your perusal if you want to check in on that. Is there a new one coming tomorrow?
Yep.
Yeah? Any sneak preview as to what that's going to be about?
I told you, I start with the title and then work backwards. So this title's going to
You start with the title?
Yeah, because I'm like, ooh, that's a really good topic. And then I was like, ooh, that's a really good title. And so then I write the
wait.
Poundcake after that.
You start with the title?
Yeah, if I like a title, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that could be a Poundcake. And it's
then you have to come up with something to...
No, I
would think you would start with something that was pertinent to you.
Well, the topic is, it might be, strange love or something like that. And I'm like, well, what would be a good topic for that? And I just call it unconventional love.
Well, then you do start with the topic, not the title.
Sorry.
I'm just trying to get into I like to see the process. I want to see how the wood's burning.
Sorry, I don't. Yeah, the topic I have, but I'm saying some people write the entire article and then they'll come up with a title.
Right.
I have the topic.
He goes topic, title, article.
Yes.
He draws a movie poster before he writes a script.
Correct.
Right. But okay. But you don't come up with the title first, is all I'm saying. You
I have the topic first.
There you go. That's why I was confused.
Sorry.
You said title first. I'm like, wow, that would be really weird. You just hear something that sounds funny, and then you go, well, now I got to come up with something for that.
Well, no, because
how am I going to write about?
That would be inauthentic.
That's why I was confused. Okay. So topic, title.
Yeah, because if something funny happens to me, I'm like, damn, that's funny. And then I'm like, well, what's a funny name? And then I'll write about
So do you have a title?
That was really funny. What's a funny name I could come up with?
It's called Unconventional Love.
Unconventional love, like Pitbull.
Exactly, because I was like, international love, unconventional love.
It's going to be about when he was attacked by a pit bull. And it's called Unconventional Love.
Kinda. It was a guy on Grindr.
And how endearing it was.
How endearing it was, that's right. And they became best friends after a while. It was initially a relationship that was fraught with all kinds of problems.
Fireball.
Where's Pitbull been, by the way? Asked
Sleeping.
no one.
Quarantining?
Oh, is he quarantining?
I'm sure.
He's Mr. Worldwide. Now he's Mr. Homebound?
Mm-hmm.
I have never.
Oh, that can't be fun.
No, who goes to a Pitbull concert?
From what I've seen, a lot of people.
Anyone who's ever watched a DJ play? Same thing.
I don't know that anybody goes, boy, Pitbull's my favorite artist. But it looks like he sells a lot of tickets.
I think they go for the experience, like the party atmosphere. Like it's almost like a ball. You dance and then there's just a guy at the microphone.
A ball. Like Cinderella? At the ball?
You're saying he's more of
wear tux?
Yeah.
He's more of an MC than a...
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, because Celine Dion, she puts on a concert. Pitbull, he is more so just... I don't even know what you would go... He's like the disco ball. He's like the disco ball at the party.
So he is a ball or he throws a ball? Like I don't know. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I just don't think Pitbull is the entertainer.
You don't think so?
But I think that is what he is, an entertainer. He's not necessarily like
a musician,
a rapper or anything like that. But
he's supposed to be a rapper. He is a rapper. He made his bones as a rapper.
But he's
do-rag and everything.
Yeah, well then he's a rapper.
Okay.
And he puts on a fun show that people want to dance at.
I'm just trying to think about the time where someone was like, "Oh my gosh, Pitbull is spitting bars." Like I want that. Rapper spit bars. Pitbull never said a line.
That's what I'm saying. He's more of an entertainer than like a rapper. Because even if he made his way as a rapper,
I know.
He's more just like, here's a catchy beat and a hook and just have a good time.
Because I consider Flo Rida in the same boat. Like all of those like rappers, but Flo Rida he put on a good show. I can tolerate him more so than Pitbull.
We'll mark it down on if you have a running list at home of rappers Poundcake can tolerate. Make sure that Flo Rida is ranked higher than Pitbull.
Well, because I feel like other than Fireball, Pitbull hasn't really had a hit on the radio by himself. He always has to have somebody else.
Well, listen, you're going to make your money either way.
True.
Speaking of dogs, we were talking about toads a couple of days ago, and that we found a toad in the backyard, and upon picking it up, it proceeded to pee all over my hand. But I wouldn't worry so much about the murder hornets because there are dog-killing toads. They're going to be making the rounds in 2020 in the United States.
Isn't everything?
It's called the giant cane toad. And it's usually something, all these things are things that are not indigenous to the United States. These are things that find their way over here and then, find their way into the ecosystem. And the cane,
God damn, they're big.
The cane toad is the world's largest toad. They can grow up to 9 inches. And obviously they eat insects and all that. But they also have poisonous glands behind their eyes that release a toxin that's deadly to dogs. And so these things won't eat your dog, but they could kill your dog. I guess these were introduced on purpose around the world in places like Hawaii because they were hoping that toads, that's what's fascinating to me about ecosystems. There are some things that will find their way in, the what's that fish that Asian carp.
Yeah.
We got to keep the Asian carp out of the Great Lakes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then other things are introduced in the ecosystem on purpose. They thought the toads, these places that were growing sugar was their cash crop. And they hoped that the toads would eat the beetles that were devouring the sugar cane. But the toads don't jump very high. And so they couldn't reach the beetles, right?
So then there's just a whole bunch of toads.
Yes, you think you would have done a bit more research.
But they have
hey,
tongues.
what's their vertical on these toads, right? How high can they jump? Because here's where the beetles are. Just knowing that the beetles can be eaten by the toads, not enough. And so the toads don't have a lot of predators because of their size and how toxic they are. And so they'll proceed to blow through whatever the native species are. So, are we going to see them in Ohio? I think it's highly unlikely. But just keep your eyes open for the giant poison-eyed cane toad. Because you know what else I think of? Hurricane season. And all these things that get blown into other parts of the country because of tropical storms. If you were listening to our intrepid meteorologist Sam there in the break, he's talking about there's going to be huge storms tonight. If you've seen any local weather radar, Northwest Ohio is going to get hammered. Like Toledo area, because that tropical storm is coming up through the Gulf, that Cristobal or whatever it is. It's not a hurricane, but it's like a tropical depression or something. And so it pushes all the stuff. So all these crazy weather patterns blow other species into the area. And that is fun.
Is it fun?
It's fantastic.
How?
Because it's great.
Because it upsets.
Listen, we're all, this whole thing is spinning wildly out of control anyway, so why not enjoy the ride?
Well, remember a few years ago when they had to do the snake hunting in Florida because there was snakes that were introduced to Florida that then overran, I can't remember which snake it was, but they were like running rampant down there, so then they had to be like, hey, this weekend's snake hunting weekend, so go out and kill some snakes for us.
Yeah. So, and the toads, obviously, toads like to F.
Well,
hard.
Horny.
They are horny toads. Man, that is no joke. One single female of these toads will lay 8 to 25,000 eggs. 8,000 to 25,000.
What a range.
What a range. 8,000 to 25,000 eggs at once. My daughter and I were watching a documentary on the tree crab. And if you watch any of these nature documentaries, which might seem boring, I think people gravitate toward nature documentaries based on the species itself, right? You're not just going to randomly click. You're going to, I don't care about, I don't care.
Penguins, they kind of take big cats, things like that.
But if you zero in on something that's smaller and maybe a little bit more insidious, just to watch the lengths to which these creatures have to go to procreate, to get their eggs. This crab is like going from the middle of the forest to carrying her eggs up a cliff that's getting, like waves are crashing down. I'm sitting there.
You're enthralled.
I am transfixed by this crab documentary, going up this cliffside to drop her eggs in the water so that maybe, and the vast majority of them they don't make it. They're thrown against the rocks or they're eaten by predators or whatever. But those few crabs that do, they get on to land and then the cycle starts all over again.
The only thing
It's crazy.
The only thing I think about when I watch those documentaries is like how labor intensive it is, because nothing happens at like a TV show pace during those documentaries. So these guys are like laying on the ground for hours, if not days, weeks, waiting for something to happen, whether it be like a mammal or like a crab, or sometimes they even do like ants. I'm like,
yeah, that's
God,
why that's
so
to speed the footage up to show you the passage of time, because it, like nothing happens. When I was a kid, we used to have Marlin Perkins' Wild Kingdom. It was Mutual of Omaha was the insurance company, and it was Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. And Marlin Perkins, who I think is long dead. When I was a kid, we had Marlin Perkins for the land and Jacques Cousteau for the sea. Undersea Adventures of Jacques Cousteau. And boy, every bit of animal knowledge you needed, you could get between those two shows. Wild Kingdom was very safari centric, but boy, the Undersea Adventures, crazy.
Those are the ones I like.
The undersea ones?
Deep sea documentaries. It's like fish that have no eyes and still somehow the bioluminescence. And
yeah, because they're so deep that they can't see anything anyway,
it's
and
really
they've
cool.
evolved to be blind.
I did.
It's bananas.
That was a big thing I would do when I would get high, though. I mean, that's what everybody does. I feel like you smoke weed and watch a nature documentary. Just look at the crab, bro.
Yeah. You kids had Jim Fowler and Jack Hanna.
Yeah, Jack Hanna's the one that I
see.
Marlon Perkins died in like the mid '80s, so I was little when that show was on.
I remember Zaboomafoo was the big show that I would watch to learn about animals and
I remember that.
ecosystems and stuff. I think it was on PBS.
Yeah, when my
So I
older
didn't
kids
have
were
cable.
younger. Yeah, it was the two dudes that would have like
And the
yeah.
lemur.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
the lemur.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
like a
It was
lemur
Zaboomafoo.
puppet.
Yeah, well, they had a real lemur too, but whenever the lemur talked, it was a puppet.
Yeah.
Aw.
I know. Spoiler alert. Sorry, guys.
Damn it.
In case your kids are rewatching
I guess
Zaboomafoo.
I'll send that lemur back.
Well, but that show was only on for a couple of years. As
really?
popular as it was, like it went off the air right after 9/11. It had only been on for a couple of seasons.
Trying to think if
But
there
they
were
probably
other...
still rerun them a lot.
Crocodile Hunter.
Wild
I
Kratts
watched him a lot.
is what my niece would watch all the time.
Well,
Still.
those two dudes, the Krat brothers, were the ones that did Zaboomafoo.
Oh, is that
and then
them?
it was the
So
Wild
then now
Kratts,
it's
yeah.
Wild Kratts.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was the same guys.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. Yeah, that's
I
the
suggested they
animal
call
she
it the
watched.
Aristocrats, but they said, well, there's a lot of negative connotation with that.
And the Aristocats was already done.
Yeah,
and
I
you're just trying copyright infringement.
Right. Pythons down in Florida.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And they have a horrible problem now. They're wiping out all the small mammals. The Burmese python down there. So whether or not we're going to be subject to this toadnado, I don't know. But it's amazing to look at. If you aren't able to join us live here on the show and you want to leave a message, you can do that. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is always available to you. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Johnson from Cleveland. You know, if you don't need any more beer juice from there. I'm drunk, re-listening to the show, which makes it funnier. You know, for some reason.
Re-listening to the show to make it funnier.
Well, while he's drunk.
He said which makes it funnier.
Yeah, which makes it funny. Re-listening.
He's not like, I'm going to listen now, and then I'm going to get drunk and listen again.
We just play along.
Oh, sorry.
This is going to be so funny when you're drunk re-listening.
Re-listening
Sorry,
to this.
guys.
Yeah. Which makes it funny, yeah. All right. To really get the full effect of all this, you got to commit 6 hours to it a day, all right? I know it's a big ask.
But I just want to know if there's any updates on Cockstock 2020. Like, I've been waiting there. I got my tattoos. I've been crossing off the ears. I've got my T-shirts. I've gone through like 10 T-shirts. Just trying to go to Cockstock. Tell me it's not going to be canceled this year. I know we're already going to be socially distanced. That was something before all this. But Cockstock 2020. Is it going to happen?
Yeah, I've been talking about Cockstock for a long, long time. It's my backyard Smooth Jazz Festival. And I certainly didn't want to. I had Kenny G booked multiple years in a row. Anytime Kenny G's name is mentioned, Angel gets its wings. But
whose name?
Kenny G, Bill. The namesake of the board game Keeping It Saxy, which someone was kind enough to purchase for me and has gone woefully unplayed. Yeah, I think it's under the footstool at the end of the bed.
I have the Maury game that I never brought into play.
Oh.
Oh, you find out if you're the father or something?
You are not the father. But yeah, Cockstock I've tried to plan for many, many years, and I was really kicking the can down the road because it was going to happen this year. Boy, my luck. My luck. After a decade, I finally had the whole thing figured out, and 2020 was going to be the year of Cockstock. And then, boy, wouldn't you know it, sweet Vidalia onion, this coronavirus comes through and blows all my plans out of the water. And so no Cockstock for 2020. I guess we'll have to. I haven't put any official information out there because I guess I didn't feel like I needed it, but there will be no Cockstock for 2020. So those of you who had purchased your tickets early, like John Tom there, he got the shirts and the tattoos and the whole thing. And boy, I couldn't be sorrier. Again, not my fault. They canceled everything else, Lollapalooza. I was really hoping to push it up to the line so that I could say, we're past this, it's going to happen.
I have a question.
Granted, it is a backyard festival, so it wouldn't have been very viable to do it in December, but hog my hooter, if I wasn't excited to do Cockstock this summer, and for the, man, I can only imagine tens of people who were disappointed.
Tens of millions.
I can't fit all those people at... Yes, question.
Little by little.
Oh.
You get admission in groups.
And a backstage with Kenny G.
It's a 48-week festival.
48-week festival, always hosted by the Dink. Now, when they bought a ticket, did they get a coupon for a free tattoo? Or did you send out, like, lick and stick tattoos?
No, he did that himself.
Oh, that wasn't part of the package. That wasn't like the VIP. You also get a Cockstock tattoo.
No.
I didn't know. Maybe you had a partnership with the local tattoo place, and they're like, hey, this is what it is.
Nope, he did that all on his own.
Wow. Committed.
And he said, I got the T-shirt. I make T-shirts. So he made his own merch to boot. So I appreciate the call. It's not happening this year. And I feel worse for Kenny G because it's not like he has other gigs, Everybody's kind of sitting on their ass.
Who else was booked?
Oh boy, Dave Kaz was going to be there. I had
they settled their beef because I know that back in the day, G and Kaz were not getting along.
No, they were not. No,
Yeah.
KG and DK, DKaz were no. I had Anita Baker. I had her exhumed, and she was going to perform.
Pretty dark.
It was very, very. I was very excited. But no, it's not going to happen. And boy, I couldn't be sorrier. But pickle my rhubarb, Bill. What am I supposed to do out there? I'm just trying to keep
hog, whatever that is.
Hog my hooter.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to keep people happy. All right, I've got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192 to do that. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, there are a lot of different ways that people can get educated on a variety of things, and it's so... it's fantastic to see that a lot of people are just finding out that Rage Against the Machine was a politically oriented band. It's probably my favorite thing of the whole week.
Very funny.
People who didn't realize, I guess, they've been enjoying Rage Against the Machine low these many years. These are not young men anymore, you know. Tom Morello is in his mid-50s, and he's OG. I mean, these guys, I don't know how anyone was listening to Rage Against the Machine. I'm sure it attracted its share of bros just because of the energy behind it. Mm-hmm. But somebody had come up to Tom Morello and said something along the lines of, "I really like the band, but I don't need to hear your political opinions." And it's like, Tom Morello has like a law degree from Harvard or something, and he knows whence he speaks. Tom Morello, on a couple of occasions that I had conversations with him, he grew up in suburban Chicago. He grew up in a town called Libertyville, Illinois, which is a very white community. And a couple of times over the years, I would have appearances in Libertyville. And a more engaged and intelligent guy you're hard-pressed to find than Tom Morello. So I guess it became a thing online where people are like, what machine exactly did you think they were raging against this entire time for the past 25 years?
Toasters, rice cookers, whatever, microwaves.
I guess so.
They cook on a wood stove.
Morello's like, what music of mine were you a fan of that didn't contain, quote, political BS? I need to know so I can delete it from our catalog. But it is interesting, I know that everybody treats music like it's their own, and art means something different to everybody. But there is especially for what's going on now, there seems to be a distinct lack of protest music. There's a lot of protest music in the 60s. It was definitive of that entire time. And if there was ever a time where you thought artists, maybe they are, maybe I'm just not hearing them. I'm sure there's some.
I'm sure there's stuff that's going to come out of this. I'm sure there's stuff that's being written and put out. Maybe we just haven't found it yet.
But everybody's at home. I mean, you got nothing but time to do songs.
Mm-hmm. You haven't heard Lady Gaga and Ariana Grande's Rain on Me? That's a political song.
Boy, what a time for Lady Gaga to drop a new album, by the way. She's got a new album out, and it would be, I'm sure she would agree, it would be really, really bad form to be promoting that album. You're not going to tour in support of it, at least not this year. But of all the times to drop an album. When normally, listen, music is partially art and partially commerce, where you would be promoting it normally, but there's no world. Well, but there's no world in which she could promote that now.
Chromatica.
Yeah,
it's not of this world.
So, I think it's very funny that people were like, "Yeah, man, I like your music, but I don't like all the politics." What did you like the music for then?
And the not so subtle politics in it. Like there's Rage Against the Machine has never. It's not like you have to figure out what they're talking about. It's not poems. It's very much straightforward. Hey, this is what we are for, and this is what we're against.
The Machine.
Mm-hmm. That's what they're against.
Music is my sanctuary, said this guy, and the last thing I want to hear is political BS when I'm listening to music. As far as I'm concerned, you and Pink are completely done.
I also feel like this is a troll.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like, because is this guy listening to Pink and Rage Against the Machine? I mean, I know that's possible.
People have very broad musical tastes.
I feel like there's a lot of people out there that are, trolling in times like this.
I see.
And it's getting picked up. I mean, our friend Brett Terhune, he is a guy that will put this stuff out there, and he does the rants as the angry redneck from Indiana, and people don't know that it's like a parody or
satirical
satire. Yeah.
Keep running your mouth and ruining your fan base, this guy tells Tom Morello.
He's like, no, my fan base gets it. Like, that's why they're here.
Right. And yeah. Well, listen, the Rage Against the Machine fan base, by the way, it ain't 18-year-olds anymore. This guy's my age. So if you have come up with those guys, there's no way that you don't know Unless this guy got into him a couple of years ago. Heard him on the radio. I like the cut of this guy's jib.
Pink. She's always been, like, political. I remember she was cussing out L.A. Reid before she even got famous. I heard about that in, like, her behind the music story.
Because she's from Philly.
She
don't screw around.
She did not give a crap.
Can I give you some Rage Against the Machine lyrics and you tell me how they're not political?
Please.
Like interpret them in a non-political way.
Okay.
Some of those that work forces are the same that burn crosses.
Now,
who's he talking about here?
That to me, it's just I don't know.
Wait a minute. What?
I don't hear anything
force?
political in that.
All right. You don't hear, but
Give me something else. I don't hear.
But what do you interpret it? What is he talking about there? Is those who work, some that work forces are the same that burn crosses. So what is he talking about?
He's probably talking about people who work the Ferris wheel at the carnival.
Okay.
He's probably
That's
talking about
centrifugal force.
Probably talking about the police. And what did Sting ever do to him? Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal force. There you go.
That took you guys so long.
It did. Yeah, but it was worth it. It was worth it. She pulled the pin, she threw it in the room, and she walked away in slow motion. Walked away in slow motion.
The centrifugal force is triggering the reaction.
That's
that
right.
causes the crosses to burn.
Yeah.
That's right. There's physics, there's politics.
Carnies.
So much that you don't see in Rage Against the Machine. Yeah. Give me some other lyrics.
All right. I wasn't really prepared, so...
So you came to me.
I know, but I'm pulling them up.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, Down Rodeo is a good one, right? It's anti-capitalist.
Let me go Bulls on Parade lyrics, all right?
Yep.
All right, so tell me what this means. Rally around the family with a pocket full of shells.
Yeah.
So what are they talking about there?
They're looking for beach glass.
Okay.
Yeah, they're out there enjoying.
And all they're finding is shells?
Yes.
It's a family vacation.
They're out, rally around the family with a pocket full. They're having an enjoyable day on the beach, Bill. Mm-hmm. Their toes in the sand. Are you telling me that the guys in Rage Against the Machine are so hard that they wouldn't enjoy toes in the sand, just having a day at the beach?
All right, yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. I don't see anything political in that. I don't know what this guy's complaining about, frankly.
All right, so can't waste a day when the night brings a hearse.
Yep.
So make a move and plead the fifth because you can't plead the first.
That's right.
Can't waste a day when the night brings a hearse.
That's
all
right.
So,
well, there's a lot of people that are dying.
Okay.
Hearse, by the way, back in the early 90s, that was street lingo for Hershey's Kisses.
Oh, really?
Say, bro, you got a hearse on you? Mm-hmm. And then you'd go, yeah, I'm down for some chocolate right now. Now, down for some chocolate was problematic, too, because you get your wires crossed and it was a whole thing. But yeah.
Well, everyone knows you only eat Hershey Kisses at night, so the night brings a hearse.
That's not true at all.
So I thought that's what that lyric meant.
Again, art is different things to different people.
Different things, it's how you interpret it.
Uh-huh.
These people ain't seen a brown-skinned man since their parents bought one.
Well, that's a little political. Yeah, they're talking about slavery.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
All right.
I learned to burn that bridge and delete those who compete at a level it's obsolete. Instead, I warm my hands upon the flames of the flag. The American flag is so incendiary to people that the symbolism alone is enough to warm their hands. Gets them so excited.
It emanates the power of
heat. To be in its presence. Mm-hmm. It's like it had some bad sour cream.
Maybe.
And now it's radiating heat. Mm-hmm. That's what I take that to mean.
All right, let's do a little bit from Guerrilla Radio.
Uh-huh, lights out.
All right.
That's a power outage on your street. That's when you call ComEd, or whoever, First Energy, and you go, hey, are you guys, has anyone called this in yet?
I'd like to report an outage.
Right, and Guerrilla Radio is the hand crank thing that you...
Okay, so it's just about an old style.
It's about there's some power that's gone out on your block.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like a spectacle monopolized, the camera's eye on choice disguised.
Mm-hmm.
Was it cast for the mass who burn and toil, or the vultures who thirst for blood and oil?
That's right. Well, vultures are predatory animals. I mean,
Okay.
you know, if
They
you've
are
ever seen,
scavengers.
They feast on carrion. There's always blood in a vulture's mouth. You know, the oil part. I assume that's just because
Their feathers are water resistant.
well, and when, and when you cook them, you know, fowl can be very greasy.
Yeah.
You know, duck.
Yep.
Birds are very greasy when you cook them.
Yeah.
Yeah. And water-resistant feathers. So I don't know what this guy's complaining about. I've seen Rage Against the Machine as an entirely apolitical band their entire career. So I think this guy was just looking for a reason to get upset. Right?
Right, I think so. Or maybe he just, you know, he's interpreting things the way you are right now. Where he thought that song was about an old radio and some vultures and
yeah, why not?
Water-resistant feathers.
Yeah. People of the sun. He says, yeah, we better turn the bass up on this one. He's going fishing.
The bass.
Yeah.
Slapping the bass. So, listen, I think that this guy was looking for a reason to get upset. You know, sometimes there's division within a band. I was reading about the guys in System of a Down. You know, people are clamoring for them to make new music. The only date that they've announced is a big European festival next summer. But I was kind of surprised, too. I figured those guys were all on the same page. But the frontman for System of a Down and the drummer are diametrically opposed politically.
Oh, yeah?
Serge Tankian is very, very left, and John Dolmayan is their drummer. They're all Armenian. But they're not all coming from the same place. So the drummer started making news because he's a huge Trump guy. He said Trump has been the greatest friend to minorities. I don't know how he means that, but that's what he says. And so here are two guys that are in a band that's very political. I would think that it's not impossible, but I would think it would be really challenging to be political musically if you're coming from two completely separate points of view. You'd have to kind of make your music... I mean, you'd kind of have to...
who writes the songs? I mean, it comes down to who writes the songs, mostly.
Right, but even if you're in that band, I mean, you're back there playing the drums and the guy up front singing about how, you know, Trump's a fascist, which he is. I mean, you know. But I mean, you know, call him... I don't think they're getting that specific. But the themes are specific.
Just keep time, skin slapper. That's your job.
Hey,
we're not
behalf
paying
of all
you a thing.
drummers, Bill.
We're paying you
Eat me.
to keep time.
Yeah, right. But I was very surprised to see that. They're like, look, we don't always agree on things. I'm like, that's putting it mildly. That's putting it very mildly.
They agreed on that hot dog song.
They did, Jacob Hot Dog. Yeah.
Eat a hot dog if your name is Jacob. That united the masses.
Yeah,
not
really
a political
did.
song at all.
No, wake up. Eat a hot dog if your name is Jacob.
Boy, I'll tell you what, in 2020, you'd be hard-pressed to tell somebody that encased meats were somehow political. But boy, they did it, didn't they? People go, you know what, System of a Down, I used to like your music before I got all political. I liked you despite one of the stupidest band names in rock and roll. I still stuck around.
You don't like their band name?
System of a Down. Come on. Serge Tankian, the frontman, likened Trump to other corrupt, undemocratic leaders. Calling him bunker bitch or whatever, you know, whatever is apropos at the time. And the drummer's like, we have very differing opinions within this band. So you gotta hand it to a band that's trying to make music, and it is political. You know, they're not Fleetwood Mac, you know. Back in the day, Fleetwood Mac, their troubles were all drugs and sex and the rock and roll dream, right? Everybody in Fleetwood Mac had sex with everybody else in Fleetwood Mac, and somehow they kept it together. They were like, let's set that aside. Because
let's use that to inspire our music.
Well, right, but also, I mean, there were a lot of feelings involved. You got to set those aside because you're like, the band is bigger than all of us. It's greater than the sum of its parts.
And they still kicked Lindsay out.
Those sons of bitches. And so a System of a Down, when you're not only political music, but activist music. And the drummer's like, look, I respect his opinions, but we don't agree on things. We expand each other's horizons, he said. I like to think that he learns from me and that I learn from him. And that's the best you can hope for. You know? It's hard to do that, boy. It is really hard to do that. We play this band on MMS all the time called Bad Wolves, right? They call them a super group, but they're basically guys from other bands that nobody had ever heard of, and so they're finally putting some music together, whatever. It's like it's lunkhead rock. It's like if Tap Out Shirt was a band.
I'm gonna end up liking this.
Bad Wolves, but the front man's black, and he is like, racism's all manufactured. It's never happened to me. It's all made up. So people are like, no.
Someone might be speaking to his bass.
I mean, yeah, right? You're in a band like that. You don't want to piss off the people in the audience. But it seems to me that that's getting to be less and less of a controversial opinion with every demographic.
If it never happens to me, it doesn't exist?
No. Like if he's legitimately worried about, if he's, got a fan base of lunkheads and he's worried about pissing them off, I feel like they'd be less pissed off because it's harder and harder to ignore.
This guy.
So not only does the guy in this band, this singer who's black, on the one hand he says, well, there's no actual racism, but then goes on to talk about how there's a lot of racism, but it's Hillary Clinton's fault and the media and.
Did you see the video he put out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's
I just watched this on Instagram.
I'm 38
the other day.
and I've grown up here and I've never experienced racism. It's all manufactured. People are like, well, not really. You think people are just bored and riding in the streets, or?
He had like his markers out, and he was like trying to explain things.
Yeah, I
and
thought
then
the
he was
markers were like a weird.
I kept trying to like visually represent it, but I was watching it. I was like, what is he even trying to say?
This is what happens when you start going stir crazy because you're not out on the road touring. All what these people would normally be doing, actors would be making films. They're starting to shoot. They're starting to fire up production again in California, in L.A.
How? I thought they were still on lockdown.
Next week.
Oh.
Yeah, they were loosening the restrictions.
None too soon, boy, because these people need to get out of the house and start doing what they do. And I don't know it's different for these bands because I don't know where you're going to play. But these people are starting to go slowly insane. It's one thing if the guy next door to you is on lockdown and he's all kooky, right?
Come look at my markers. I'm like, what are you, dude? Jeff, chill out, man. What are you talking about?
Jeff.
Where's my George Soros?
Jeff and his markers. Yeah. But it's another thing if you're a guy fronting a band,
I could see you walking.
You left the cap off of CNN and now it's all dried out.
Fake
Way
news.
to go.
Used to smell like cherries. Now it doesn't smell like anything. I made the tip of my nose red trying to sniff it. Jeff, your markers. Okay, let me break here. If you want to get a text in, do that, 35192, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
408-1007, 35192. You remember the movie Event Horizon? Were you ever into Event Horizon, Bill?
I watched it when I was a kid. I don't remember a lot about it, but I remember it being weird and scary.
Yeah, that song there from The Prodigy was what played over the end credits of that movie, and I love that movie so much. I saw it in the movie theater. Now, nobody cared at the time. I think it flopped commercially. I don't think people went to go see it. It came out in 97. But they're dropping it on Blu-ray in a couple of months with all of these scenes that the director was told to cut out of it because they were like, we're going to have to make this movie like a hard R or an NC-17 if you don't cut this stuff out. And so it's all going to be on the Blu-ray. And I got to tell you, I'm very happy. For people unfamiliar with Event Horizon on paper, sure, it sounds pretty dumb. There's a there's a ship in space called the Event Horizon that had a crew on it that was going to look for something out in the center of the universe, and the thing disappears.
God.
And then it reappears years later, and another crew is sent out to the Event Horizon to figure out what the hell happened. And what transpires is gory, gross. You know, a lot of space movies that would have like a monster.
Mm-hmm.
And they would chase you around. Not Event Horizon. The monster was you. And it was Larry Fishburne. It was Sam Neill. It was Jolie Fisher, who was pretty cute back in the day. Still is, I guess. Yeah, it was just a bonkers movie. And I loved it. But I was one of maybe 3 people in the film. But there's a lot of, like, ripping flesh and blood and, you know. Great space horror film that is going to have all of the removed footage put back into it. It's like Hellraiser in space, kind of.
Never saw Hellraiser.
You never saw Hellraiser?
I'm not a horror movie guy.
Man, I love them. I grew up in a solid diet of horror movies.
Not my thing.
I remember the Event Horizon poster. Infinite space, infinite terror. And I thought...
I remember that.
Man! The terror is infinite? I know space is. As best we know.
Terror.
But I was sure the terror was finite. You know, there's a beginning and an end. So if you're an Event Horizon nerd like I am, I think it came out like the same time as Titanic or something. Oh, no. But, you know, again, it's developed a cult following, as they say, over the past 20 years. It cost a lot. It was like a $60 million movie, which in 97
always mix it up with
a
Sphere.
Ton. Sphere stunk. Yeah, with Dustin Hoffman. Mm-hmm. That was an underwater thing.
Yeah.
But Event Horizon, they had to chop so much out of it that the director felt that it was really, really rushed. And so, you know, anyway, all that stuff's getting put back. And it's going to come out on DVD, or Blu-ray rather, in September. I realize this appeals to me and maybe 20 other people. But that's enough for me, quite frankly.
Have a viewing party.
Yeah!
Honor the Cox Fest. What was it called? Cockstock.
What was it called, Bill? She goes, what was it called? Like she doesn't know. What was it called?
Honor Cockstock's tickets for the Event Horizon viewing party. You can project it onto your garage and seat chairs 6 feet apart.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone can dress up as aliens if they prefer.
There are no aliens in this.
Everyone can dress up as space monsters.
There are no space monsters in this.
Well, you're allowed to wear whatever you want to this viewing.
Yeah. That's my point. I saw that they're going to put the original, I don't know if it's happening around here, but consult your local listings. I saw that they're putting the original Evil Dead back in drive-ins.
Oh, really?
Starting this Friday.
That's what they're going to have to do because there's no new releases. So you got to go the nostalgia route.
Right. I mean, movie theaters are supposedly opening in a couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. AMC said they're going to be mid-July they're going to open up. And boy, that popcorn better get noticeably cheaper.
Because they're going under, so we can lowball them.
Oh, no. You're haggling.
Yeah,
you're haggling
be twice as much.
It probably will.
$28 for small
no,
popcorn.
you need my business. How about let's not make this ticket $18? How about I feel like paying for 12.
But every
$12.
movie got pushed back. Are they going to move them back up?
No, we talked about this last week, showing old movies.
But they're still. Their hope. Christopher Nolan says Tenet's going to be in mid-July, and there's a couple other movies. Some Selena Gomez movie, or I don't know.
Nobody wants to watch her.
Huh?
Selena Gomez.
Maybe it'll be Wizards of Waverly Place, the movie, coming out. I don't know.
It's one of those things where if you just kept your movie in place, you're going to make a lot of money. You're going to have a huge weekend because there's nothing else competing.
Yeah, that's why these tiny movies that are first run, but they're shown at drive-ins, are making. There's some movie called The Wretched, which looks like a pretty stupid horror film, but it's making like $5 million because it's the only thing that's out there on drive-ins. So they're putting the Sam Raimi Evil Dead, 1980 something.
Anybody?
Two. One of the rare remakes, by the way, that kicked ass was the Evil Dead remake.
Yeah, I like that.
7 years ago or so.
I mean, I have seen some horror movies. I saw The Evil Dead, obviously, and the remake, and I liked the remake. I thought it was good. But still, like, one of those things where I don't rewatch a lot of horror movies. Some people like to rewatch again and again and again. That's not my thing, especially like some of the scenes in the Evil Dead remake where like the needles go in the eye and stuff like that. I can't do that.
Really? Not for you?
No.
Cutting the arm off with the electric carving knife?
No.
Not for you?
I don't like it.
Yeah.
You're talking about movies that nobody's heard of. Or am I just behind? I looked up the drive-in.
Endgame?
Becky?
Becky is the one where Kevin
James.
That's another one that's making money because it's one of the only new movies that's out. Kevin James is like a Nazi chasing this family around. Joel McHale is the dad. I think. Yeah.
Lulu Wilson.
Yeah, people are telling me it's real good.
Huh, okay. I was like, I didn't even hear that was a thing.
Like Kevin James is a Nazi?
Yeah, he's like a big bearded Nazi.
Huh.
White supremacist, something. So it's very much of the time.
Okay.
It's a new look on Kevin James.
Yeah.
And I think the premise of the movie is kind of like
the tag is
like she home alones him in the woods or something.
The tag is there once was a little girl. Oh.
Yeah, people have been telling me to see Becky. I saw the trailer a while ago and I was like, oh, it looks cool. But again, it's making money because it's the only new movie out there.
Oh my goodness. Starting June 19th through the 25th, Jaws and Jurassic Park. Double feature, baby.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
They're going to have to put those movies back in so people can get out there and see them.
Jurassic Park.
And Jaws. That would be cool. That would be a good one.
Saw Jaws at Playhouse Square a couple of summers ago, but
I've
I
never
haven't
seen Jaws on the big screen, but Jurassic Park is one of those movies that
I would go see that.
I remember
sure.
seeing that in
As a
theaters.
kid,
I saw
yeah.
it 3 or 4 times in the theater, and it like I felt different walking out of that because it was such an amazing experience to like watch that and have the movie magic feel so real and like look at the dinosaurs and be like, those are real dinosaurs. Like I know they're not, but they like you're all in on the adventure, and it was so great, and it scared the crap out of me.
Like the Jeep scene.
The Jeep scene.
It haunted me for years.
The goat. Goat leg.
Where's the goat?
And the best movies like that are ones that kind of combine practical effects too.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's what they did such a great job of. And they used computer effects that hold up to this day, where you look at those and they look as good as stuff that they've put out now.
Yeah. So if you're a fan of the original Evil Dead, Bruce Campbell, Sam Raimi, that's going to be in the drive-ins starting on Friday. Don't know if it'll be out here at the Autorama, but going to be out there again. Hey, John.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Good.
Hey, I wanted to call. I just watched that Event Horizon a couple months ago. It was on Netflix.
Yeah.
And I'm 29, so I was very young when that movie came out. That was one of the best space movies I've ever seen.
I thought it was pretty rad. Yeah, I liked it when it came out.
Yeah, and I was explaining to my father. I actually said it's like Hellraiser meets Lost in Space.
Yeah.
And he's like, wow, because he never seen it. So, dude, I'm so excited for it coming out, though.
Yeah, in
Blu-ray.
September on Blu-ray with all of the deleted stuff put back in.
Right. The CGI is a little dated, but I'm hoping it'll look good, But I mean, it's still an awesome movie.
Yeah, there's a few wonky effects in there, but I like it a lot.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, there you go. There's John out in Warren, one of my 20 people who care about Event Horizon. But that's all right.
19 to go.
That's right. That's all right. I don't know if you guys have seen this. There's an Amazon delivery driver who's out in the sticks, and he's delivering on some rural road or whatever. And a guy comes up, some cranky ass dude, and he starts yelling at him to get off his property that he's trespassing. Except it's not even that guy's property. So then the real property owner comes over, starts yelling at that guy. And the driver's like, I'm just trying to get out of here.
This is peak 2020 right here.
Right?
You come back there again and trespass on my property.
Okay.
I'm going to shoot your tires out and have you arrested for trespassing.
My GPS isn't working, so I'm not able to find out where I'm going.
Well,
so
if
I'm just wandering around trying to find where I need to deliver this package. You don't need to threaten me with gun violence.
It's not threatening you.
It is threatening
your
me.
Tires out, so you can call it whatever you want.
It's my property.
See?
He's threatening me with gun violence.
Does that sound like 366?
I'm trying.
Are you?
Go!
I'm going.
Go!
I work.
Get now! Guys, can you just back off so I can get out of here?
Trespassing on mine.
Okay. On the same road?
Are you?
We are right down here. Okay, awesome.
Yeah, the wife comes out with a bat, and she tells the driver, she's like, just, you can go up here. He gives her the address or whatever. But some old dude, these guys who are like, you're trespassing on my... Dude, nobody wants your muddy piece of crap tract of land out here. Stop it.
They're after my property.
Oh, my
You're
God.
getting my AM, FM radio.
That's all they have.
Nobody's coming to take what you don't have.
But that's all that they have is an acre or two. And so that's like they got nothing else to show for their whole life than this property.
But you also
keep
know that,
your feet off of it.
You also know that when you live out there, you got to have the Amazon guy come out because there's nothing near you.
Yeah.
You know Amazon exists. And because this is not the first time something like this happened. All these drivers will post videos of somebody coming up to them, get out of here. It's like, bro, I'm just trying. I don't get paid enough for this.
Doing my job, man.
I'm trying to get out of this hill rod hellhole out here.
Listen, dude.
And then the other guy, so this guy's faking that it's his property just so he can intimidate the guy or whatever. And then the real guy comes out and tells the old, get out of here.
Right, and also if you want someone off your property, shooting their tires out is a terrible way to get them off your property.
Gonna get them stuck.
Yeah.
I tried to leave, then you shot my tires out, and
Now
guess
I
what?
can't leave.
Now we're hanging out. Now we're going to be married.
I hope he was delivering a no trespassing sign. That would be wonderful if that's what they ordered.
Sir, is this your no trespassing sign?
Get off my... Well, yes, it is. You leave it right there. I'll pick it up.
Is this your ignore the dog, beware of wife sign?
There's an old guy that...
If I want your opinion, I'll ask you for it. T-shirt. Is that yours? Go ahead.
There's an old guy that lives across the street from us, and he's always bitching and moaning, complaining about how someone's always trying to steal his old Honda van. It's like an old Honda van. I've never seen it before in my life until this guy was talking about how people try and steal it. I was like,
everybody wants those Honda Odysseys.
But like I was like, no one wants this Honda van, and he's an old man. I was like, this is all he has, so I'll just let him go. 2 weeks later, after he told me that, someone stole a Honda van down the road.
Also, he knew what was up.
Apparently, there's been a bunch of those Honda vans being stolen in the neighborhood. But I was just like, who wants a ratty, beat-up old Honda van?
Well, they want the wheels.
They want the parts,
Honda wheels, the parts are very valuable.
It just cracks me up because every time there is like someone walking their dog in the neighborhood or they're jogging, his light comes on. He's standing in the window. I'm sure he has a shotgun somewhere. I'm like, God, he is prepared for like an apocalypse or someone stealing his Honda van.
Whichever comes first.
Insured? Like, if it gets stolen,
bro, I don't know. But that was the first thing I heard. He was like, "Hey, we know this man. He lives on the street. Don't step in his yard because he's gonna think you're stealing something off of his Honda van."
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a guy who has insurance.
Honda van.
Honda van.
I don't know.
Get away from my Honda van.
I have to look at like what name of this van is, but apparently, just like your friend who got his wheel stolen off of like because he had like a certain neon that people like to steal.
Who?
That not Alan, Bill. Didn't your friend get his wheel stolen because he has a certain type of car that people like to steal?
He had a Honda Civic, yeah.
Honda Civic, yeah. So maybe it's the same type of
those parts. Listen, I used to have when we lived in Ohio City, I had survivor's guilt because I was driving a Toyota at the time, and my next door neighbor was driving a Honda. Our houses were right next to each other. We like shared a walkway, and I would come out in the morning. I mean, we lived in Ohio City for about 5 years. On more than one occasion, I would come out and her car would be up on milk crates. And I'm like, apparently they don't want them Toyota wheels. They're taking those Honda wheels. It happened to her twice on our street.
Yeah, so same material. A Honda van and
I just
Honda
be
Civic.
like, oh, that sucks.
I feel like that's a complete
off.
coincidence, though, because like I just now looked up theft rates for Honda vans, the Odyssey. Very low. Very low. Because people don't want to steal vans.
Yeah, I had never seen this van before in my life. And
Maybe what's he got in it?
I don't know. I'm not going
Probably
up there
his
to
wife.
check. I'm
Body,
black.
right? That's what I'm saying.
I do not have the complexion for protection. He's going to get me. If you do that to a white man, he's definitely going to do it to his little black neighbor across the street. That he told to stay away from his Honda van.
A bunch of grumpy ladies in my building that they're sticklers for all like the little rules, and they just like
they report you for everything.
Yeah, they don't. There's no one to report to. Like nobody cares about the rules except for like these two old ladies.
That's a little bit of power that they feel like they've got.
Like the dog rule in the building is if your dog is in like a common area, you're supposed to carry the dog. But everybody, like, I carry my dog out, and then when we walk back in, I don't. And if somebody asks me to, I'll pick up the dog. But like, there's this one lady in particular, and like, anytime she sees me, she's like, you're supposed to be holding your dog. Or you're supposed to be carrying your dog, so I just go, you're supposed to be carrying your dog right back to her.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you said it.
Yeah. You know you only have 9 months to live, ma'am, right? You should make the best of them.
What's an old name for Karen? Like, we need something...
Dolores.
Yeah.
F you, Dolores. Get out of my face.
I was talking to a Gretchen, getting the hell on my nerves.
Louise,
I'm like, calm down. You're a renter. I'm an owner.
There you go.
No, but it's one of those things like nobody else cares. Like nobody in the building cares except for like these two old ladies that are sticklers. Like, oh, if you're using the laundry, you need to use it this way. Like everything's just like
it's okay, Gretchen. Your furniture's covered in plastic, anyways. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about my dog.
Yeah, but imagine that life. You're an older person.
Yeah, nothing going
You're
on.
renting an apartment in Lakewood.
Easy. Still a nice
You're
apartment.
Like no, she's an old woman.
I know, but I'm saying there might be people on the show that's what their future looks like.
Then it's going to suck for you, too.
With
cats. You're going to be
she
called...
has a cat with thumbs that's black and white. You don't know.
You're going to be calling out
Make
young
sure you carry
men.
it.
You're going to be calling out young men on their dog carrying. You know, when I was younger, I used to live in a basement.
I didn't move out of the ground for this.
That's right.
There's a mole lady living across the hall from us, and she always talks about how she used to live in the ground. If there was a car accident, it would land right on top of her bed.
Yeah.
It's just so weird.
A mole lady. There was a Karen complaining about her mask again. Have you seen the woman complaining, crying because she can't hold her babies and all this nonsense?
No.
She's throwing everything against the wall. Complaining that, I can't get oxygen. Lady looks
for
like
the best.
She looks like she's like early 50s or not an old woman.
Right. Middle-aged.
Middle-aged. Whining about the mask again.
It was probably 45 minutes of having it on. It's the first time I've worn one. I am disoriented. I'm a little mad, if you can't tell that already. Like, I'm frustrated, but
She's got like the full-on Karen haircut too. The John and Kate +8 haircut.
Don't feel good physically. Like, I can tell you right now, I wasn't getting enough oxygen, and I just had on one of these little stupid things. I feel dizzy.
How much
My
oxygen do you need, by the way? I love these people who aren't getting enough oxygen.
Because she sucks it all out of the room.
Yeah.
Ugh. I don't get enough oxygen.
It's
hot. That's the only thing.
My heart is beating fast, so some of it's an emotional reaction, but some of it's a physical reaction. I understand the virus is real, okay? I understand the virus is real. Friends, look at the numbers and tell me why everybody's living in fear. Tell me why we're putting these things on and not being able to breathe. I just want to cry. Like, that's all I want to do is cry, because you can't see people's faces. You can't make human connection.
You can't make human connections. She's checking all my boxes right here, by the way. You can't see people's faces. Amazing. You can't make human connections. On it.
How am I supposed to ask for the manager if they can't see my face?
Can't hug people. We can't hold their babies. I'm at the end of it.
Who's holding other people's babies in public? This sucks.
I'll hold a baby.
I'm holding a baby.
Not a stranger's baby.
I'll
but
hold a friend's baby. Like, I dropped off a present for my buddy that just had a baby. But right now, I'm not worried about holding it because it's a brand new baby. And I don't want to... There's no... the mothers are protective. They're like, don't get my baby sick. Mm-hmm. And that's even if there wasn't a pandemic. There's a lot of mothers. They're like, just don't touch my baby.
Yeah, don't touch my baby. Mm-hmm. Just came out of the chute.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just simply at the end of it. It doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. And I'm not okay with it. Nothing about what we're doing is supported by the numbers that are out there. Those of you that know me, like, I am one of the most compassionate, caring people you will ever meet. And I do care about you. But I also care about me and my children and my family. And I
do care about you, just not enough to put a piece of cloth on my face.
Yeah, no one tells you like what type of mask you can wear. Mine is more so.
By the way, hospital workers wear them all day long.
Yes. A lot more than hospital
bruises
workers.
on their face, and they're not dying from lack of oxygen. Air is mostly nitrogen, by the way. The air we're breathing, it's not mostly oxygen. It's mostly nitrogen, which your body doesn't use at all. A little bit of oxygen, a little bit of carbon dioxide. Ooh,
pretty cool,
breathing
though, right?
in the mask, it's gonna hurt. What? You're not have a plastic bag over your head. You have a mask.
Maybe that's how
Things
she was
go
doing
in
it.
and things come out. These people. Some of the most impressive, not even impressive, but you'll see on Instagram are side-by-side photos of people at these marches going, I need haircuts. The people at the mask protests. And then Black Lives Matter people going, please stop killing us. With signs. I don't want to wear a mask. And there were, a photo side by side. Somebody going,
And white privilege doesn't exist.
I'm happy to wear a mask. I just, please, I don't want to be killed. It's not a health risk. All these people online are like, it's a health risk. It's not a health risk. It's just an inconvenience. It's all it ever was an inconvenience.
And I don't like wearing the mask, but I still do it. It's a good thing to do.
Right. It sucks.
protective.
But, the fact that you have to try a little bit harder to breathe. That's why people think, oh, my fingers are tingly and I can't. Inconvenience, man.
I think her
And
mask is on
everybody's
too tight.
Huh?
I think her mask is on too tight if she's having that much trouble breathing.
I guess. I mean, there's a little bit of physical effort from having to breathe through a mask, but Jesus Christ.
Mask. Just get a different mask. That's all you have to do.
It's not about the mask. They don't want to have any mask on.
I'm just saying, but if it was a problem, no one's telling you have to wear a specific type of mask. People are...
She's holding up the thinnest possible one she could.
The
and
little
already
blue ones?
her fingers are allegedly feeling tingly and she's lightheaded.
My Jamaica mask is pretty thin. You saw it. Like, it's not a big deal. Anyways, go, man.
There's nothing. There's just also places that don't require you to wear one. So just go to those places if that's how you feel. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to.
Yeah, but places that people need to go, they tell you to wear a mask. You want to go to the grocery store? Yeah, wear a mask.
But you don't.
Not all of them.
Not all of them. It's not a requirement at all places. So
all
you're either going to
states
be
either.
inconvenienced and then I guess they just bitch like, well, I'm not driving an extra 4 minutes to go to a different place where I don't know where the cereal is. Then what?
And also,
the trouble is it's
they don't
never
get to hug the people they want to hug while they're grocery shopping.
can't hold the babies.
Can't hug people.
But it's also never enough. We've gone over this before. It's never enough. Let us out of our homes. Okay, but you got to wear a mask. No Okay, what do you want then? You want nothing to change? It's impossible. It's not. Things are going to change. What do you want? But the haircut, boy, the haircut nails it with this lady. Maybe plastic bags are the way to go. Maybe these people should be asked to wear plastic bags.
You don't want to wear a mask, you have to wear a plastic bag.
Yeah, it's why you tell your kid, don't put a plastic bag over your head because nothing gets in or out. That's not what a mask is.
Just make sure you fill it up with enough oxygen that you'll be okay.
Walk around with like a big old inflated balloon helmet made out of a, Amazon bubble wrap or whatever, and you'll be fine.
I think part
You'll
of
be
it...
cushioned against falls, the whole thing.
Part of it that's so annoying to me, too, is that people have just been saying the same thing for 4 months. And I'm like, dude, come up with something else. If this is going to be your argument. Like, you know what I mean? I'm just annoyed. Everyone's saying the same thing on both sides.
And stop thinking about yourself kind of thing. Like,
but even our responses is annoying to me. Because these people are making the same arguments. I don't want to wear it. It inconveniences me. And then the argument on the other side is, well, it's not about you. And I'm just like, we've been having the same fight for 4 months.
But these people, it would be different if they said it inconveniences me. Nobody will cop to that. So they always have to come up with this fake medical stuff or... researchers say that it's bad for... No, they don't. Carbon dioxide... No, they don't.
My HIPAA protections
HIPAA...
say...
No, you don't know what that means. If they were to come out and go, boy, this is really inconvenient and I'm not going to do it. You go, all right, you're a dick, but okay.
Yeah.
You're being candid about it. You're being forthcoming. Don't throw I can't hold people's babies at me.
And then the people that are trying to like gloat, like, hey, they said we didn't need to wear masks this whole time. I never did that. Oh, congratulations, you were a dick the whole time. Like,
I don't like any.
Why are you so excited about being someone that's like, I could protect people, but I'm not going to.
I don't want anybody gloating.
No, the gloating.
If you're
thing
pro
is
mask,
gross.
don't gloat. If you're anti mask, don't gloat. There's no gloating. The thing's still out there. It's all around. There's no gloating. We're not at the top of. We're not raising the flag on Iwo Jima.
Just trying to help each other out.
And we're the suckers.
They just don't like being puppets or
Of
tools.
what?
Sheep. I don't know.
Sheep. Give me a break.
I don't follow the herd, bro. I don't like being told what to do.
Right. I'm not a sheep. I only pray to Cheeto Jesus. I only listen to everything he says and does. I'm no sheep.
I know one person in particular that was complaining or like gloating about not wearing a mask, but they're all like, see, I'm not a sheep, but I also know this person's been catfished a bunch of times, and given this person thousands of dollars, but they're not falling for the mask thing. Yeah, but keep giving your money to this person that you've never met and never talked to in real life.
Well, they just want love, Bill. Yeah, well, they're just thirsty for love. They're desperate for a human connection, and you can't get that when somebody's wearing a mask.
You can't get it from someone that's.
Where can you get the
either.
human connection? Okay, well, I'm way late. I got a break here. I got off on a rant. If you want to send a text 35192, you can get us at alancoxshow.com. Listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
Dave Matthews is really well hung. Anybody ever heard that?
Is that what Crash is about?
That's what the ants go marching is about. March those ants all over. All right.
Like,
there's blood in the water. That split you open.
Yeah.
I have a large... All right.
If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio, by the way, and you do it from outside of our area of dominant influence, as we say in the biz, tell me where that happens. Tom listens in Carbondale, PA. Andy is a bureau chief in Bozeman, Montana. Ashlyn is in Delanco, New Jersey. Jason is a new bureau chief in Tucson. And Laura is in Richmond, Virginia. I was watching Cornell West on Anderson Cooper last night, and the headline was that Anderson Cooper started kind of tearing up and choking up. But Cornell West, if you have never paid attention to him, is a fascinating, fascinating individual. He's a black philosopher. He's a political activist. He's a social critic. He's the son of a minister, born in Tulsa. I think he's a professor at Yale or Princeton or one of those places. But anytime that there is he's always front and center eventually when it comes to African American issues. And he's extraordinarily intelligent and literate, and he like, you don't ever really see him get mad. He just, when you can articulate yourself properly, you can kind of stay calm, and it's what it's how you express yourself to people that gets that across. He's not married. He's a guy in his mid-60s. He had a wife for a couple of years, but I don't think that worked out. But he was on Anderson Cooper last night.
Student of yours, and I learn lessons every time you speak. And I just think it's...
No, we're in it together, brother. And the beautiful thing about tears, Socrates never cries, but Jeremiah does, and so does Jesus. We cry because we care. We're concerned. It's not about political correctness. It's not about self-righteousness. We cry because we are not numb on the inside. We don't have a chilliness of soul and a coldness of mind and heart. We cry because we connect, but then we must have a vision that includes all of us. And we must have an analysis of power that's honest in terms of the greed, especially at the top, in terms of the hatred running amok, in terms of the corruption, not just White House Congress, too many churches, too many mosques, too many synagogues, too many universities, too many civic associations, and then the greed in us. You and I talk about this all the time, right? The gangster in us, because we're wrestling with this day by day, and that's why we need each other, my brother.
Man, I love that guy. Calls everybody his brother and his sister, right? Mm-hmm. No matter what you look like, what your ethnic extraction is. Cornell West was a guy where 25 years ago, he looked like a regular guy. Look at a college professor, he got like a tie on. Now he's got like crazy gray hair. He's wearing he always wears the same thing all the... You know who Cornell West is?
I don't know.
He wears like the Colonel Sanders tie, but he's always...
He looks like Don King.
Kinda, yes.
Yeah, he's got a
Don King
King
got
vibe.
a Don King vibes.
Okay,
Even his
yeah.
delivery. Yeah.
But I don't know if Don King wore the fro because he was like not a political leader, but like, I think he was just doing it because he just wanted his hair to look crazy. I think he wanted to look crazy. I think Cornel West was
For
just,
a spectacle, yeah.
Yeah. Because Don King, he never cared about his hair. He'd be on there looking like a flame, and he'd just be like, yeah, anyways, he's a great boxer, though.
You think Don King would have been as prominent in his field had he gone by Donald King? I feel like the two quick syllables is really, like...
Don King. Yeah.
Don King. Back in the day, performers.
Or Donnie King's not going to work, yeah.
Donnie King, no. Performers would take... names if they wanted, if they came from an immigrant family and their name was really ethnic and they wanted to hide that, you take a showbiz name.
Right.
So rather than you being a stand-up comic named Victor Abramovich or whatever, you'd be like, Jimmy Lee! Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Lee! If he were Donald King, would he have had the same success in the boxing world?
I think it was mostly about his delivery. So my guess is yes.
You think so?
Because of the way he talks like a preacher. We had him on the show.
Yeah,
and that's what pulls you in. The name is recognizable,
but he's got a lot of showbiz to him.
The showbiz is what pulls you in.
I mean, I doubt his surname is King. What's his real name? I mean, what if he was he was setting up a fight with Michael Gerard Tyson? Would that have scared you? I mean, you're going to fight Michael Gerard Tyson.
Mike Tyson doesn't scare me either. The name is irrelevant. It's the person that that goes with it.
The fact that he can knock your head off, you
yeah.
mean? Donald King, that is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, all right.
Tattoo on his face would probably scare me.
Graduated from John Adams High.
Much later, though.
Don King has a tattoo on his face?
No, Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson.
No, not Don King. That would scare me, though, if he did. But, and it's not just like a teardrop tattoo. Like, a teardrop, that wouldn't necessarily scare me.
Well, he got that huge tribal thing in his face.
It looks like a claw coming out. Like, Anybody who has that, I'm like, you have issues.
You watch him box one time, and you'll be scared. Like, he is ferocious.
Yeah, I never watched. Boxing wasn't really my thing. I don't like seeing people get hurt because I cringe. And then I hurt. Like when I see somebody,
I never liked it either.
Yeah, when I see, even in school, people would run. Like you will never see kids run faster when
fight. You hear
when
fight.
Even the fat kids are like, I'm gonna go, because they want to see a fight. But I never liked that. I never liked watching that. It really hurts me.
I
like
watched
seeing people get hurt.
One UFC fight, the one that Stipe came back. We watched it over at Brian's house or whatever. But even then, knowing it, rooting for a hometown guy, and it's the championship belt and everything like that, watching it, I was like, I'm so uncomfortable with this. I know they're paid to. I know they're trained professionals.
Yeah, they can.
But there's a difference between
get it, but it's just I know it's not a violent. I know it's difficult to say that UFC isn't violent. They're not doing it out of hatred and violence like fights that just happen are. Right. It's a sport, but it's still just I'm not comfortable watching people punch each other in the head.
It's one of those things where in the ring, when it's a competition, I enjoy that because I know that's what they're working for. But watching like a street fight or something like that, that makes me more uncomfortable because
they're trying to hurt and or kill each other.
Right. And a lot of times it's not a fair fight, and it's one of those things. Like that's why all the police violence that's out there is so uncomfortable, because it's just so
it's unbalanced.
It's so unbalanced.
There was a fight in school between these two redneck kids, so it wasn't even like a race thing. Like one guy was fighting, and the one kid kicked him in the face, but it just so happened that he had one of those
steel-toed boots.
No, it was skulls, like the
dip.
The dip. Yeah, he had it in his pocket, and
skull ring.
It was just but no, it knocked out his tooth. And so he came up, and he was just
easier to put the dip in.
Kid was still trying to fight, and we're like, dude, you're bleeding. And he's just like, oh no, it's just a lip cut. And he was like, no, dude. Like another guy held up his tooth, and after that, I gagged. I was like, I don't want to watch another fight. The skull knocked his tooth out. Skull.
S-K-O-A-L.
Skull.
Little pinch between your cheek and gums. By the way, Stipe not favored for this upcoming fight. Daniel Cormier is favored for this. They announced they're going to fight in August, and it's Cormier's last fight before he retires, win or lose, he says.
That's got to be scary to go into that.
Nah, I think
but that's who he beat last time, though.
Yeah.
This is, I think, their third match.
It's a trilogy. It's the third one. So he's like, this is
they're
my last fight.
1-1, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think if you say that and you lose, you're like, yeah, I was just kidding. This is going to be my last one. And you do it till you win.
Well, because I think if you get to the point where you're ready to retire, even if you lose, I mean, I get they're competitors, but even if you lose, you're like, I don't want to train for another year.
You don't want to train for another year. And also,
Mm-hmm.
the mileage is...
Yes.
I mean, these fights take a lot out of you, and this guy's already been fighting for a long time.
Yeah. Is Stipe a multimillionaire? I know he probably got some cake from these fights, but it's not.
He's probably got a few $1 million. I don't think it's. But
it's not boxing.
UFC fighters don't make what boxers make.
Which I don't understand that, because you think if it's a more ferocious sport, you should make more money.
Right, but it's not how it's balanced out though, because UFC is a company, so they're working for that company. So it's one of those things where if you're a boxer like Floyd Mayweather, he owns his promotion. So whenever he sets up a fight, the majority of that money that goes to that fight, the pay-per-view, is going to his promotion and him. So he's getting a huge cut. Whereas UFC, they set up these fights every month, and
Dana White gets the money.
Yeah, Dana White gets the money, and the UFC gets the money, and it's
It's filtered down.
It's filtered down. And some of them, Conor McGregor, he makes pretty big money, but not everybody's a draw like that too.
Mm-hmm.
So Stipe's, he's doing well for himself, and he's probably made a lot of money, but it's not anywhere it's not comparable to like what a boxer makes, especially like the top boxers. But there's probably a huge disparity there too between the top boxers and like the mid-level guys. It's probably those guys probably making, nothing compared to what Floyd's making. Floyd makes bank.
Whatever happened to Jessica I? Is she still a thing?
She fought in the.
She was in here like years ago, all the time, and then
she's out there fighting.
Is she?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know if she's still with UFC, but I think she's she's kind of up and down. She'll win a couple of fights and lose a couple, but she's out there grinding, so good for her.
Okay. A guy put a bunch of Metallica lyrics into an AI bot, and it wrote him a Metallica song.
Yeah.
It's called Deliverance Rides. He used just a lyrics database and he plugged them all in, and the bot created a Metallica song that is 3.5 minutes long. And then he put music to it.
It sounds like a Metallica song.
Yeah,
I would know the difference.
Dead sure she'll never you betray. Yeah.
Hell is the one waits for you. Now I roll the world all alone.
There you go.
Bound by leather steeds they ride. Guard yourself the world and tide. Dying the one.
This sounds like Metallica more than anything.
Yeah,
This is how
I like
Mary
that a
would.
lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Waits for you, but there's no longer cares. I'm the sun, I'm insane.
I'm the sun, I'm insane. Yes, she'll never love. There you go. I'm the sun, I'm insane.
Hello. Here. So let it be. Obey your rights. There,
Deliverance Rides.
yo.
Metallic gay eye is what the guy calls it. I like that.
I like it a lot.
I saw the Dalai Lama is releasing his first album too.
About time, man.
The Dalai Lama.
What genre?
Hard to say. But it's going to be, it's his debut album. I don't know how old he is. Oh, I'm sorry. It's dropping on his 85th birthday, which is July the 6th. It's called Inner World.
Ooh.
He's got some real bangers on there. I don't know that I've ever heard the Dalai Lama speak. I don't know that I expected his voice to sound like that.
Sounds like someone's getting electrocuted.
Huh.
He does. Like someone touched an electric
fence.
Are you trying to say you don't like these?
It's
the Dalai Lama.
Sounds like he's warming up to give a lady a shepherd's pie.
I just think it's a weird way for the Dalai Lama to go.
That one was Jason Sudeikis trying to sing in French. That's what that one was.
Here's some of his actual album when it's.
Oh, that wasn't his actual album?
I was pulling a little fib on you, Bill.
You fibber.
Joshing you. He's just doing prayers over music. I like the guy getting electrocuted better, I think, now that you mention it.
That's like sleep music right there.
Yeah.
Do you know what the lamb says?
No.
Gunga galunga. Gunga gunga la gunga.
Gunga la gunga la gunga. That's what this guy's saying. Galaga galaga gunga la gunga la. Uh-huh. It's the Dolly Bill.
Poppy, 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 poppy. Fizzly doodle, little sweeter. Bend to bending,
It sounds like someone getting electrocuted.
No, the first one didn't sound like something getting electrocuted.
Uh-huh. Oh, I had so many things still left to do. All right, you want to text 35192? We'll take a break. I'll be back after these.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free
816-578-1007 if you want to join us live on the phone. 800-348-1007. Or 35192 if you want to send me a text. You can do it there. You go to alancoxshow.com. If you want to watch the show, you certainly can. We got the new Instagram hotties there for you. And the new Poundcake. The latest Poundcake is called Light Privilege. He'll have a new one coming tomorrow called Unconventional Love. Unconventional Love. Where will he go with that?
All over, homie. You just wait.
Right.
He says it because he hasn't written it yet.
I started
It's
it.
everywhere. It's everywhere. You
know what, guys? I work best under pressure. I always like that. I work best under pressure. I'll do it tonight. I work best under pressure.
I've always been that kind of person. I like to prepare things, but I usually wait until it's like, oh, this has to be done tomorrow. And then I'll crank out something pretty good, and I'm like, how great could this have been if I started 2 weeks ago? When it's pretty good. Like, you put something out, I'm like, I'm proud of that. And I'm like, maybe if you would have given it a quarter of a percentage more effort, it could have been awesome.
Showbiz 101. Security is knowing your lines. I mean, the whole I work great under pressure thing, I never understood it. I know everybody has a different process, but waiting until the last minute to do something is just making it harder for yourself, because you're absolutely right. How much better would this have been had I sat with it a couple of days,
Made a few
chopped it
edits.
up,
Yep.
of course.
Or maybe it would have took the magic away.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel sometimes. Is like, we've done roast battles and things like that, and I feel like there's been times where I prepared in advance, and then I prepared kind of last minute, and
you let it simmer, and
the
it's just
pressure puts my brain into a mode where I got to get something, and I can't overthink things. So it's more precise, and it's just like more to the point. Whereas when I have time to kind of marinate on things, it might be too complicated, and I might go in too many different directions and second guess myself a bunch of times. So I like that. I don't like that big long window. I like this short window.
I like to second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth guess myself.
When I was still writing for the magazine, the pieces that I would start a few weeks out and kind of do a rough draft and then let it sit for a day or two, go back, edit it down, sit for a day or two. Those ones were always my favorite. And then I would still put out the other ones, and they were good. I would be very happy with it. I'm like, this gets my point across. I'm like, if I'd have given it 3 more days,
like
it could have been better.
You can do it under pressure.
Yeah, no,
once you kind of know what you're doing,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you can do it. But
and it also comes down to what you're trying to produce too.
Right.
Like if a weekly column is different than writing jokes or roast jokes or things like that. So
I'm saying specifically for a column or an article or something like that.
Coming down to the last minute, maybe you come up with something under pressure. Maybe you could do more. But if you're doing it weekly like he is, you're kind of always under pressure to put something out.
And that's why I at first I was like, okay, it was a little.
You feel like relief the day that it comes out, and then Friday you're like, what am I doing?
Yeah, it was a little difficult. Like I would have, shower conversations with myself and marinate while I'm pooping, trying to think about like what I'm going to write about. And if it's not good, if I'm not in love with it, as you say, Alan, then why even do it? But I was working on, I'm trying to get practice and.
Well, it's the practice creating content and learning to love what you can.
Yes.
You're coming up with that topic and then.
And I'm learning. I like doing it now. I have my now
You're getting better at it,
I'm onto
too.
a new kick. With I have my, instead of White Claws, I have the Twisted Teas, so I drink that instead now, and I just sit by my laptop.
Twisted Teas are for like middle-aged divorced women.
All right, you can shut up. I have my Twisted Teas, and that's what I
know
want.
Plenty.
I don't mind. I gotta tell you, I don't mind those at all.
They're good and they get you lit.
Don't mind them at all.
I feel like the only people I've seen Twisted Teas at like country concerts by women whose skirts are they're not age appropriate.
I'm just saying, if you're like camping with a bunch of people, or somebody will have brought Twisted Teas, and in a pinch, they're real good.
He's not in a pinch. He's sitting in his home buying these on purpose. This isn't a pinch.
He likes a Twisted Tea.
No, it just makes me. That is just a funny drink to me.
See, I like an Arnold Palmer. Right?
Arnold Palmers are great.
A little lemonade, a little iced tea.
What's the difference?
But you booze it up, and pretty soon you got a Twisted Tea.
A funny drink to me. That drink to me is very representative of a certain type of person.
It's like a Mike's Hard Lemonade.
Kind of, yeah.
No, it's a I don't want to get wrecked drink, but I want to have some fun. That's why they come in those depth charge size cans.
I feel like the type
I think of one specific friend of mine that drinks them, and then one of my ex-girlfriends always drank twisted tea. So but she's not middle-aged.
People want them on the sweet side sometimes. I just remember we were at a casino in the Upper Peninsula years ago. Me and Gwen, her brother, and her dad. And we're up there, and we're all kind of doing different things or whatever. And at the end of the night, we go into the karaoke bar. And I had probably 5 twisted teas. And I had an amazing night of karaoke, right?
I bet you did.
Oh, it was so fun. It was fun. But you're with that crowd too, right?
I picture like your divorced aunt who's got on a jean skirt that she's had since the 80s and wedges that are too high.
I understand.
And then a tank top with no bra, and you can see the outline of her belly button.
Like you want to have fun, but you don't want to be hungover.
No, you're going to be hungover from all the sugar. Her
Well,
hair isn't
I wasn't.
dyed right. It's half scrunched, kind of
See,
permed.
but this is your bartender bias coming
Yes,
through.
100%.
Yeah.
These are the women that order that.
Yeah,
I
you can pick
drink.
them out. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's exactly who it
You
is
can pick 'em
every
out.
time.
Yeah.
Well, excuse you, I'm not that person.
She loves Leonard Skinner, but also Toby Keith.
Well, shades of difference. I mean,
Right.
Southern rock and, Speaking of casinos, are they open here?
Not yet. July 9th, I think, or something like that.
Well, that was yesterday.
No, this
July
is
9th.
June.
June.
Oh, July 9th, yeah. So
Jays
same day
can
as
be
Cedar
together,
Point,
yeah.
I
then?
think.
Amusement parks and casinos, July 9th? Because it's going to be very interesting when the casinos reopen because they have to do all the stuff that you have to do now. So there's going to be signs about social distancing and hand washing and all that. You're not going to be able to blow on the dice anymore.
But how can you social distance at a poker table? You can only have 2 people playing
They're
at a
only
time.
going to I don't know how they're going to do it, but they got to do it if they're going to be
push 2
Or a
tables
roulette-
together.
Think of a roulette table. If you've ever been at a roulette table or a craps table, those people are breathing over you, trying to place their bets on the table. There's 30 people gathered around.
You got to stay 6 feet apart now.
So you're not going to be able 3 people per table.
I don't know how they're going to do it. And again, I don't know if it differs state to state, but I was talking to a friend of mine who works at a casino in Illinois back at home, and he's like, they're not doing any buffets. You can't blow on the dice. I mean, gamblers
Even just touching the slot machine.
Gamblers are nothing if not superstitious. So you have to come up with something else. Popping your tongue out inside your mask, or I don't know what you're
What
going to do.
about the chips? Are they going to sanitize the chips in between
They
each
got to do
player?
all that stuff. Yeah, they got to do so many
It's going
things
to take
now.
so long to lose your money.
It might actually cut in to what the house takes in for once, right? How will they ever afford it? So, yeah, each casino has to submit their plan to how they're going to do everything before they get the green light from the Gaming Commission to move forward. But the buffets are going to be gone, table game tournaments, no valet parking, no poker rooms. And this is a lot of people are taking their guidance
that's
from
a bummer for stripper Scott.
Yeah. A lot of people are taking their guidance from Las Vegas as to how they're doing these things. And so they're like, well, this is going to be a good indicator of how comfortable people are being in places. I'm like, gamblers want to get out and gamble. I don't know if the casinos should be your litmus test for how the public at large wants to get out there and do stuff. Like, I really miss going to the movies. A lot of people don't care. So movie theaters are probably going to go under. I can't imagine there's a huge rush of people can't wait to get back to the movie theater to pay, like Bill said, $25 for a popcorn. Now
Sign me up. I'm there.
They got it. Me too. Especially if I could sit there and watch The Omen on the big screen or something. Yeah, the original.
Not the Kirsten. Was it Kirsten Dunst?
It
who
was
did
Liev Schreiber and Julia Stiles.
Julia Stiles.
And it stunk. As much as I love Liev Schreiber, guy could read the encyclopedia, I'd be transfixed. But
what letter?
Huh? Q,
letter?
of course.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Quorum. Mm-hmm. Oh, say it.
Quinoa.
Quail.
Quinoa. Quail. Quinoa. Cot. Hey, Nick is in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
Arkansas, as it were. How's it going in Little Rock?
Oh, it is going great, Alan.
Beautiful.
We are no longer. We have no coronavirus anymore.
Hey, I bet.
No, it's rough down here. We've gotten a lot of cases. Our governor doesn't want to shut anything down.
Who you got? Asa Hutchinson? Is he the guy running the show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's doing a lot for us. He's reassuring that everything is fine, which makes me feel great.
I'm sure he's offering thoughts and or prayers.
The combination really solves all of it.
Right.
If you have one or the other, it doesn't.
You're right. It's like in Batman. You know, you had to use the hairspray and the lipstick to really get the Joker's poison in you. One or the other wouldn't do it. But so what's going on, Nick?
I kind of wanted to. I know you guys weren't talking about this, but give my thoughts about social media and kind of how to calm things down a little bit.
Oh, so you've picked a very simple and easily digestible topic, Nick.
Easy problem to solve.
Yeah,
Nick's got all the answers.
Yeah, all right, do it.
A lot of my friends are very conservative, and before Trump was elected, it was never really a big deal. You know, you'd have a couple, hey, your politician sucks, my politician sucks, we move on.
Yeah.
But since then, it seems like all my friends who are conservative are very, it's just amplified now. And there's no real talking to people on social media.
Right.
So if you want to make yourself feel better, just delete Facebook and Instagram. It just makes everything better relationship-wise. And
well, I mean, my thing is with Instagram, you choose who you follow. Mm-hmm. And so you should follow accounts that make you feel better and delete ones that don't. And so whether the thing that makes you feel awful are models, or whether you're, a girl that's got, I know it's redundant, but a girl with body issues, don't follow accounts that make you feel bad about yourself. Or there are a lot of dumb, funny meme accounts. I find myself following more of those just because, granted, a lot of memes lend themselves to politics, but it's not that hard to avoid those. Facebook, quite frankly, if I could get off that, I would, because I'm almost never on it. We use it professionally more than anything else. And you end up over time putting so much stuff on Facebook, whether it's photos or whatever, you're like, well, I'm barely on it, so what's the point of pulling the chute now? But you really can, as much as people complain about social media, and Trump has absolutely weaponized it, you really do get to, you can really curate what you see. Twitter's a little harder because your feed can be full of all kinds of nonsense. But you can really kind of curate your social media feeds so that if you want to insulate yourself in a certain way, I think you can do it.
I think it's just become such a haven for toxicity. I remember the day I deleted my Facebook a couple years ago. It was an article about bicycling in downtown Little Rock, right? Yeah. They had just changed a law where you don't have to stop at red lights if there's no cars around. And the top comment was, well, only liberals ride bikes. They stop it.
Right. Even two-wheelers are politicized.
Yeah.
That's somebody who's sitting online angry, who's just like, I gotta complain somewhere. So.
Well, but also, I've never heard one person who got off social media and said, boy, I really miss it. My life got exponentially worse after I got off Facebook and Twitter. Nobody who manages to do that ever comes out worse for wear.
Life gets better after Facebook. Thanks,
there you go. All right, thank you. There's Nick, who is out in Little Rock, Arkansas.
But I imagine he has the iHeartRadio app, which is keeping his life quite good.
I would imagine so. I mean, there's so many things on that iHeartRadio app to enjoy.
Any crime that's ever been committed has a podcast. Any
right.
of them. Jaywalking.
Yeah, that's right. That's
ripping the mattress tag off.
Downtown Little Rock, that guy who complained about cyclists being flaming liberals, he went out and killed one. And an Australian guy has done a 16-part series on it called Wheels of Doom. And it's on the iHeartRadio app.
Are you stuck in the spokes of life?
The spokes of life.
Did the chain pop on your being?
That's right. It's all there for your perusal. for
more
your
importantly,
enjoyment.
The Alan Cox Show podcast, and there's another one.
Mostly ham with Mary Santora.
That's the one.
Mostly ham with Mary Santora. I just gave you your theme song. You're welcome. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Mostly ham with Mary Santora.
What's up, ham
We
bones?
talk about ham. What's up, ham heads?
Ham addicts.
Yeah. Ham addicts.
But as far as
Ham Toras.
like social media goes,
Wham, bam, thank you, ham.
delete the other people. Don't delete your stuff. Like, why are you following people that you don't want to be?
Well, I think that's Alan's point, is that you can curate your own algorithm.
I know, but I never understood why people, they're like, oh, I can't stand being on Facebook anymore. I'm just going to delete my
Because they
Facebook.
really like it. Like,
delete.
a lot of people really enjoy it because that's where they get attention and they feel validated because they can open their app and then they get the little notification thing and go, people are paying attention.
But if they're deleting that, they're not getting any more attention. So that's why I'm not understanding.
I also think some people have feel a little bit more principled about it, where they're like, they don't like what Zuckerberg's doing with the company.
Right.
They don't like the way the company is run or has been run. They've kind of reached critical mass when it comes to, they're not even pretending to not sell your data anymore. You know what I mean? Like, you've given up
But
so
that's
much.
every company now, too. Where
It is,
they're just
yeah.
like, I mean, whenever we mention anything on the show, we all look at our targeted ads, and all of a sudden, there's trips to Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah, there you go.
We're all
Yeah.
going to have that in our targeted ads.
No, I don't want to buy a penny farthing. Who cares? Yeah, no, listen, I had a friend that I have known since 8th grade. And we don't talk that often, but we're still Facebook friends. And he showed up in my feed the other day. I'll kind of do my weekly tour of Facebook. On mine, not the show. The show, Facebook, I'm on all the time looking at. But, quality control, Bill. But my own personal one, I'm not on that often. And so this guy I've known since the 8th grade was posting some All Lives Matter stuff. And I was like, like, I didn't know where he was coming from prior to that. And I didn't unfriend him. I just unfollowed him.
Yeah.
Right?
So, you have to
So we're still Facebook friends.
The mute, the restrict, whatever you can.
It's great. I mean, like, I don't block people, but I will mute you because I don't need to see it. So I'll post things and it'll say 17 replies or something on Twitter. I won't see any of them, so I know. It's these douche nozzles who are always, I don't see them.
I just had that happen on Twitter.
It's
1 minute
great.
ago.
Just muting people. Like,
I'm still
it's
not
the
good
best. Because I don't care. I don't need to block you. I don't care. You can do whatever you want to do. I don't need to see it. I wasn't trying to start a dialogue with you. I was posting something, and I wasn't asking for your opinion. You're on Twitter, clearly, because you're responding to mine. You can put your own opinion out there. I don't need to know what yours is.
Now, if you want
the fact that I can't see your reply already tells me I made a great choice. What I want to what?
Let's talk about the good things that come from social media, though. Like, last night, me and Mike from Parma were just in a terrific pun battle.
I came into that late, and I didn't realize how late I came into it, or I wouldn't have thrown in. There was did you post the picture of the dog?
I didn't post the picture of the dog. That was another listener. And yeah, you came in.
I came in way late.
Very late. But it says, lost my dog, and it's a picture of a dog made of lettuce. It says, let us know. Please, if you have seen this dog, please let us know.
Right.
And then Mike said, he's roaming somewhere around out there. And I said, check the park. He's a regular there. Arugula there. There you go.
See,
arugula.
You got to nail it. Right, arugula there.
Yeah. So it's terrible. I'll retweet it.
But puns.
Yeah, puns.
What's the matter with puns?
But that's what like social media started off as, is this like silly fun thing, and then it got really weaponized, like you said.
Yeah.
Where it was a place where you go and like blow off steam and goof around and say some silly stuff and have a good time, do like hashtag wars and stuff like that, and now people are like, if you don't retweet this, then you are a piece of garbage. If you're not using your social media to speak out against this or that, then you are part of the problem.
You're complicit.
Well, yeah, but that's something you kind of got to think about too, and not dismiss out of hand. There's this guy who is a writer for, I'm not sure what he writes for, but he's been getting reposted enough where he's really gotten prominent on Instagram. His name's Jesse Mechanic, and I think I only saw him pop up because like Seinfeld's wife reposted him or something. And this guy has been doing amazing videos on Instagram. He's a white guy. He's been doing amazing videos on Instagram, very specific, very researched, very literate about the historical underpinnings of systemic racism. And they're fascinating to watch. I don't know if this guy's getting any traction off these, but I started following him from that.
Jesse Mechanic?
Mechanic. Because it's just information. You know, so much of what's going on now, I shouldn't say so much of it, all of it is historical in nature. And if you're relatively ignorant to history, which I am in many ways, it's information that's valuable when you're creating whatever your own argument is, whatever your mental point of view is. Have your history right. You know, if you want to end up on the right side of it, you got to know what came before.
But there's a lot of people, they're not worried about the right side of it.
I understand, but I'm not interested in those people. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to change anyone's mind. I'm trying to get my mind right.
But that's why I think a lot of people get so frustrated, because they are trying to change minds. They are trying to express their point of view and help these people understand their point of view. When these people aren't trying to understand that point of view, they're just trying to throw crap out there that they think's important.
I mean, there's that too.
100% me, where I will post something trying to legitimately trying to open people's minds or have them think about it. I just did this on Twitter where I was like, because I'm frustrated explaining things to people. I'm annoyed. I don't want to have these conversations with my friends anymore. I don't want to realize that all my family members are racist. Like, these aren't, not all my family, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I'm fed up after 2 weeks. And I just posted to my Twitter, I was like, are you annoyed after 2 weeks of explaining it? This is how people of color have felt their entire life. And some dude responded, was like, oh, I love it when a white C-list comedian from Cleveland tells me what people of color are thinking. And I'm like,
female.
Well, I'm just like,
that's the line I walk. I reposted the other day.
I'm just trying to empathize with people, man. Why does it upset you that I'm trying to open my mind?
I think it's how we do it, too. Because we already have a platform here. We're not limited to social media.
I guess that's
so we
true.
already have a platform, so then when we double down, my thought has always been, you have to have a real deft hand with it. Not that you said anything wrong. I reposted something a couple days ago that was a list of black-owned bookstores in major cities around the country. One of them I know very well at home. And I posted this other one, and people were like, some nice pandering. And I'm like, I'm not, who am I pandering to? I'm like
our
trying
black
to,
audience.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The 435 people that are on the Alan Cox Show blacklist. You know, if people.
Kenny Lofton. That's who you're paying.
Right.
Leave him alone.
Kamau Bell is,
Right.
yeah. So, yeah, there are going to be people that, whatever, they have their, I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. But if you are going to do that, you got to get your mind right and have your history locked down and the whole bit.
But I like to ask those people questions why they are so offended. Like for this guy to be so offended by you trying to put things into perspective.
I just deleted a post off my Instagram because I'm like, I'm tired. I'm not arguing with you about this anymore. I went back and forth 5 times. You have
Turn
not
off
made
comments.
I was like, you have not made another point.
I don't know why you go back and forth.
Because
with people.
I do genuinely try to explain things to people.
But they're trolling. They're not trying to.
Again, they're not trying
I
to
don't
get
know why
information.
I can't wrap my mind around that because
They're
I would
not trying to
never waste my
understand
time. Why waste your time firing people up if you're not even trying to learn?
Because don't try to fire people up.
No, this guy, these people. Why are you wasting your time on other people's posts? Like one girl commented on this. All I did was share a thing that's happening. This girl's
because
like,
these are.
Oh, I'm glad you're using hashtags. That'll get things to change. I'm like, what is your problem?
Some people you can't make happy at all because they're fundamentally unhappy people. Whatever. Right? You ain't going to make somebody happy because...
No, I get that.
Imagine these people that are trying to get under your skin on social media. Imagine that they're me, and you're trying to convince me to like country music.
I gave up.
That's all I'm trying to do.
I don't want to give up
on
people.
You keep posting your stuff, but you don't have to keep going back. So what I like to do when I'm posting stuff like this is I like to find the people that are having a real discussion. And they're like adding to a conversation, and I'll single them out and build on that conversation.
Right.
Rather than the people that are like negatively attacking me or trying to do the, well, all lives matter, or, oh, how come, you're not talking about this issue, or they're trying to derail it. So I don't, and I've gotten into arguments on Facebook and stuff like that in the past couple of weeks, because I think everybody has, but I like to try and highlight the good rather than feed into the negativity.
Yeah. And you might not be the conduit. You might have a message for somebody that is not taken in the way that it was intended, but somebody else grabs your message and is able to change someone's mind from that.
Yeah.
Right.
You might not be the particular person, but collectively, it happens over time.
Yeah. It's just annoying. I'm just like, why are you so upset with people trying to better themselves or trying to open their mind or somebody else? Why does that piss people off?
Because you're a cis white female, Mary.
Glad a white C-list comic from Cleveland.
And how did they arrive at C-list, by the way?
I
Not
don't
even
know.
B-list.
No.
C-list. Although, according
Well,
to Cleveland
Cleveland,
Scene,
yeah,
A-list.
One of the best clubs in the country, my home club that I headlined and sold out. But yes, you're right. C-list comic.
C-list. You're like, well, they could have gone for D. Maybe they're having a good day. I don't know.
And it's someone who doesn't even follow me.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's the thing too.
Follow me.
And that's another thing too.
How'd you even get here?
Because they're just searching. They're searching the words. They're searching trigger words to try and go at people.
Yep.
It's so aggravating.
Yeah.
If I have somebody respond to me who's got 14 followers from
That's
Nowheresville, right? But then why do you care? I'm like,
You're right.
dude,
I know.
you don't even know who I am, so why do I care? Well, you just were searching for words, and you found mine. Whatever. All right, listen.
I get it.
Let me get out of here real quick. You want to text in the break 35192. We'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
I can never unsee that.
This is the Alan Cox Show, 100.7 WMMS.
Better stop, Ryan. Coming for you. Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you?
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
The king is dead. They killed cops.
I know.
All these complaints about riots and the real cop killers were Fox. I didn't even know Cops was still on. After 32 years, they have canceled Cops. Canceled by the Paramount Network, which used to be Spike TV. Mm-hmm. It ran over there for 6 years, but it's been on the air total for 32 years. It ran for 25 seasons on Fox. I think Cops is still the first regular reality show. I think it predates The Real World. Cops started in '89. So back then, in the early days of Fox, they only had programming on a couple of nights. Fox was not a 7-day-a-week cable channel or network. When the Fox network started, they basically had The Simpsons and Cops and the Tracy Ullman Show. They didn't have much at all. It was like Sunday. Married with Children.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday night.
Yeah, that was weird, right? Because it was like local television and reruns and stuff like that, and then at like 7 or 8 o'clock, it'd switch over and be like, now it's Fox.
Yeah, Fox.
It's so weird.
It was like what MeTV is now. Spike became the Paramount Network a couple of years ago, and that brought Cops over to them. The 33rd season was supposed to premiere yesterday, but it's been off the air since the 1st of June. Paramount says, well, we've been moving away from unscripted programming. This might be actually a boon, not so much for reality television, but it might be a boon for people who don't like reality television, because as inexpensive as that programming is to make, you now have a glut of projects that are waiting to be made. You can write at home, so writers and scriptwriters have been writing at home this whole time. Mm-hmm. And so now they have all these projects to pitch. So rather than there being, because a lot of these you can't do a reality show if nobody's at your bar. Like they just fired my wife. My wife loves Vanderpump Rules. They fired like 4 of these kids because they found some racist tweets they made. You know what I mean?
saw that.
Like 2 of the girls have been on a long time, and two of the dudes like just started. But you can't do a reality show about a restaurant when the restaurant's not open, or it's not going to be really exciting if people are sitting 6 feet apart with masks on.
Right, and even
there's no drama inherent in that.
They're trying to do with like social distancing, trying to do all this Zoom stuff is just not good.
Yeah,
it's just not. It like if you're not invested, then you aren't sitting through it. Like you can't start a reality show with Zoom.
Right.
They could do the circle though, because they were able
I was going to say
that.
they already do that.
Yeah. My friend Susie was on Road Rules and The Challenge. She was on all these shows many years ago. And so she's very much among the reality show alumni. The current season of The Challenge over at MTV has just fired a cast member, Dee Nguyen. I think that's how you pronounce that, right? Nguyen. It's like a Vietnamese name, isn't it pronounced Nguyen? I think it's pronounced Nguyen. Dee Nguyen, who's real cute, fired her over comments she made about Black Lives Matter and the killing of George Floyd.
What'd she say?
I don't know why some of you think I'm anti-BLM. I've been saying that since the day I lost my virginity. She wrote, people die every effing day. She issued an apology saying that the last 24 hours have made her realize what is important is forgiveness. Now, again, she is a person of color. Mm-hmm. But that doesn't give you a free pass either, apparently, because you got to just be careful. Wait, it's still Black Lives Matter. It's not people of color lives matter. It's Black Lives Matter. It's kind of it seems to be a very specific thing where, listen, one of the cops in the George Floyd thing was Asian.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, that one girl from Vanderpump Rules, I saw like a thing of her on Twitter because I don't watch that show anymore. I just kind of lost interest because they circulate drama. Like they try to make it something and it's not.
Well, I'll go into my wife we watch. I go, there are so many goddamn people on this show. How many people do you need?
Like, she has a couple different restaurants.
I know, but just the intro card for the show has like 26 people. She goes, well, I think some of these people are aging out too. You know,
and they're cast members
on reality TV. If you're like 31 years old, you're an old crone and they want to get you out there.
I mean, it's actually kind of genius, the fact that, because everyone goes to LA and becomes a waiter anyways. They're like, well, why don't we make a show about you guys waiting tables? And we know you
let's just follow
actors.
You around. Yeah, right.
Yeah, but like this one girl, I think her name's Stassi or Stacy or something.
Stassi, yeah.
Stassi.
I mean, what?
She was saying, she's like, I don't understand the whole thing about Black Lives Matters or black people. She's like, they want you to like bend over and cower to them. I'm like,
cower?
No, we
kowtow?
don't. Kowtow, whatever. And I'm like, we're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for equality. I don't understand what you guys are trying to bend it and make it seem like it's something that it's not. We just want to be treated equally. Just the same thing. Not anything more, anything less. And she couldn't understand that.
Black people are asking so little of us. I mean, it's like
we don't want revenge.
I saw that girl. I don't know where she was from. John Oliver played her the other night. She's flipping out. She's this author. She's not some girl in the street. And she was like, F this, and because it broke the contract. It's a great piece of video. But it's like an old Erykah Badu line. You're lucky that we just want equality and not revenge. And boy, it certainly doesn't seem like you're asking a lot. It couldn't seem like you were asking less. There's a soccer player who lost his new gig because his wife was posting things.
Saw that too.
This guy he's Serbian or something. That is an aggressively white country. All those like Russia, Serbia, all the Melania countries, right? Aggressively white. And they want to keep it that way. This guy, I only remember because he used to play for the Chicago Fire. And then he got sent to the LA Galaxy. Which I don't know if David Beckham still plays soccer.
No,
okay.
He's retired.
I don't really pay that close attention.
I retired, I did.
I'm so happy to be with the Galaxy. Alexander Katai is this guy from Serbia. He's a forward. He just got to LA 6 months ago. He had played for the Fire for a while. LA Galaxy brings him to LA. Him and his wife. And they cut him loose because his wife was posting stuff online. His wife was posting racist and violent social media messages.
Why violent?
In Serbian, reading, "Kill the shrimps." She also captioned another now deleted photo of a looting suspect holding shoeboxes. And she wrote, "Black Nikes matter." She called people disgusting cattle. The guy obviously tried to save his job and make amends. Imagine the conversation at home that night.
Would you divorce her? She just ruined your life.
Be like, you stupid.
And then she's going to want half.
You're like,
you just were the breadwinner. She messed it up, and now she gets half the money.
I brought you over here I got you out of Serbia.
That's not easy to do.
You dumb bitch.
Right.
And
I can't call her a dumb bitch.
It's his wife. He can call her whatever he wants. My ex-wife was Serbian, all right? They talk a good game. He's like, these views... And then you have to publicly condemn your wife. Rightfully so.
There's no moving forward in that relationship.
He called his wife's posts unacceptable. These views are not ones that I share and are not tolerated in my family. As though he didn't know what his wife thought about things. But that's when you go, honey, shut up.
Stay off the computer.
It's like, no. We just got to LA. People barely know who I am. They sure don't know who you are.
It's one of those things like where you get into a confrontation and then the girl is standing behind you. Well, my man could kick your ass. Like, no. I'm not trying to get into a fight.
Right. Maybe she did this. Yeah. Maybe she did this on purpose. She found him cheating or something.
She didn't want to be in LA.
She wanted out, or she wanted to stay in LA. But I don't know what the green card situation is. Like, if you get married there and you get divorced, do you get to stay in the country?
She's probably like an oligarch's daughter or something, and has never had to worry about any kind of repercussions for anything.
Nah,
it's okay. We'll go home and I'll pay for everything. He's like, I don't want to go back to Serbia. We were living in Los Angeles.
She caught him cheating.
I was playing soccer. So there's that whole thing.
This has been
the Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
Imagine you guys know who the guy is.
I don't. But why the violence?
Again, I only knew him because I followed the Fire for a little bit. But
I don't know soccer.
I know a lot of people that are racist that just they don't like black people, but they don't wish harm upon them. Like,
I
there's
bet
a difference.
I bet if you dug a little deeper, it wouldn't be too hard to get them to say something that was,
Yeah, I guess. I'm not friends with racists, but I know some.
Hey, I've got some prison mail. You want prison mail?
Dear Mama, shouldn't have did what I done. Dear Papa, getting caught with a gun. Sitting here writing down letters of hope. Praying every night that I just don't drop the soap. Dear Alan, read my message today. I'm in prison!
This is the guy who wrote us last time.
Mm-hmm. Does he expand on his
Mitchell.
situation?
Yeah, he wrote me 2 full pages. Hey guys, what's up? And he numbers them, page 1 and 2.
That's good.
I was tuned in on my POS $35 radio. That POS brand, that is really good. When you read my letter, made my day. A lot of the guys in here tune in every day. All right, hey, what's up? Grafton,
Hi, boys.
Grafton represent. Yeah, he was in for conveyance of LSD, and he explains what that is. It means I took LSD into the jail with me. Always smart. It's a felony of the 3rd degree. How do you not check your pockets?
Probably
I thought it was a regular stamp.
He was sneaking it in. He didn't forget.
So it was in a beehole?
I was arrested on a warrant and snuck in 150 hits of LSD. I ended up eating 100 of them in my cell. I was stupid high for about 4 days. One of the best trips of my life, but my bitch-ass cellmate snitched on me. See what happens, Poundcake, when you snitch? You have a bad trip.
How did he not die?
And why are you sneaking LSD into...
Probably trying to sell it.
It's
What was
cred.
the warrant for, though? That's what I want to know now.
I don't know.
More to unravel here.
Love the show. I'll tune in every day until I'm out, and even once I'm out.
Oh, thanks.
Now, does he mean once he gets out, or he's only going to listen once when he gets out?
We'll wait and see.
Bill, I play D&D. Yes, I'm a hippie nerd, but I have a PC named after you. Sorry, but not really. Mean anything to you? Is he writing you in code?
I don't play D&D, so I don't know what that means.
Mary, head up. Stay sober, but also keep in mind that without LSD, there would be no Big Book or AA.
Okay.
What's the Big Book?
It's like the AA.
The manual or
I don't
whatever?
want to say manual, but yeah.
Okay. Poundcake. I'm straight. And I've been with my girl since I was 15, but I don't mind you writing. A lot of my friends on the streets are bi, gay, or pan. No judgment here, bro. Love your intro, Afternoon White People. Kills me, dude.
Aw.
Alan, A-L-A-N, or is it Alan, A-L-L-E-N? A CO just walked up to me and told me I'm goofy. He was listening to the show, too. I'll make sure to write you guys when I can call once I'm out. Check out the band Bumpin' Uglies.
He still didn't answer my question.
Which was?
Is he cute?
Well, there's no photo.
He needs to add a photo, because that's the only way I said I would write him. I'm not writing a felon.
I will give you his inmate number, and you can look him up.
Ooh, okay.
It's on the envelope.
Okay.
He said he's got a PC when he plays D&D. That's
Named
a player character.
named after you.
after me, which I appreciate that, actually. I think that's cool.
Oh, not a personal computer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think hopefully it's the King of Plop.
Bill Squire, the king of plop. Also, check out a band called Tropidelic. I've heard of Tropidelic.
Yeah, Tropidelic. They're a local band.
Yeah,
local
they're
band,
local.
yeah. Okay. Hate the show. Thanks
I've seen
for
them
reading.
a few times, actually.
Signed, the Acid Guy. P.S. Wait, what? I think he's got his... There's a P.S. he doesn't want me to read on the air, but it's some identifying information for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you can take a
It
look.
tells you where to find the pictures.
Okay.
There you go.
P.S. Don't smoke crack.
All right, well, don't tell me what to do. Roll the dice and see if my character smokes some crack.
This is America, and if Bill wants to smoke crack, he will smoke crack. So there
right
you go.
now I don't, but in the future I might.
Who knows what tomorrow brings? The weekend's almost coming up again.
Maybe I go to the Rock Hall, I see the Whitney Houston exhibit, and I go, you know what? I love her music, and I want to smoke some crack.
That's right. When in Rome. So there's Mitchell, who is currently incarcerated for Conveyance of LSD.
That cannot be a fun.
That
trip.
must be why he just titled or assigned these out to Cox, because he's not sure how to spell my first name.
Send him a picture.
It's ALAN though, Mitchell.
You could
Thank
probably
you.
send him a sticker, right? Or will
Yeah,
they take
I'll
that?
send him. I don't know. I'll cut it up into tiny little tabs.
There you go.
And then
Smuggle it in.
Yeah, I'll let them
Go
figure
visit
it
him.
out. Sure. All right, there you go.
For some guys, it's drugs. For some, it's a knife. One dude shot his dog for banging his wife. Dear Alan, read my message today. I'm in prison.
If you are currently incarcerated and like to check in with the show, please send your letter to the Alan Cox Show, care of WMMS FM, 6200 Oak Tree Boulevard, Suite 400, Cleveland, 44131. And as always, if you're a first-time writer, tell us why and how you got in there. We'll take a break. You want to get a text, 35192. If you want to watch at AlanCoxShow.com, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeart.
216-578-1007 to join us, or 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to send me a text. We're going to talk to Greg Harris tomorrow. He is the CEO of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Because we're doing a pretty cool thing with WMMS and iHeart Cleveland. We're going to be doing a thing at the Rock Hall on Sunday, one day before the Rock Hall reopens to the public. We're going to be welcoming the healthcare workers and their families for free to the Rock Hall. So you'll have the joint to yourself on Sunday. They've got all their new precautions and whatever. But you can book your tickets at rockhall.com starting tomorrow. Before everybody else gets their grubby little mitts on what's going on inside the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, healthcare workers and their families will get in there on Sunday. So look into it. Rockhall.com. And it's just kind of a thank you day, free admission for healthcare workers and their families. And then it will open on the 15th. It will open on Monday. And we'll catch up with Greg Harris, who is the Rock Hall CEO, tomorrow. If you're listening to the show from outside Ohio on the iHeartRadio app, make sure I know where you are. Nick is a brand new bureau chief. He called in from Little Rock, Arkansas. Tammy is in Tyler, Texas, for you fans of alliteration. I don't know if Erica is still in Okinawa, Japan. She was teaching English over there a while ago, and I don't know if she's still there. I don't know if she's moved on. DeAndre is in Vallejo, California. Brad is in Yukon, Oklahoma. I saw that Judd Apatow is going to do a George Carlin documentary.
Oh, cool.
Hopefully he will hire an editor by then.
Judd
Apatow,
it to be long?
Huh?
I would want it to be long.
Oh, I would love for this to be long, but Judd Apatow does not know what editing is. So, yeah, out of all the things that I would like
so this time
for him to, yeah. But Jesus, I memean, the other night I was like, okay, I like the trailer. I'm going to watch King of Staten Island, the Pete Davidson thing, right?
Mm-hmm. When's it come out? Friday?
No, it's out.
Oh, it's out? Oh.
It's 2 hours and 17 minutes long.
Oh, wow.
It's not too bad.
I'm like, Jesus Christ. I mean, it's not even a joke that Judd Apatow, listen, every movie has an editor. I don't know what his is doing. No, listen, Pete Davidson, I'm not as enamored of him as some other people are, but, you know, I like the people who were in it. Bill Burr's in it, and Marissa Tomei, Hacha. And, you know, but 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Does it drag?
How could it not?
Well, it could be that long and still keep moving, and there's just a lot in there.
Come on. You don't need... It's a comedy.
Yeah.
No comedy needs to be that long. Funny people.
It's a story that's funny.
Huh?
It's a story that has funny moments. That's the kind of movie that he makes.
Yeah, make it shorter.
I agree.
I think
Trainwreck was too long.
I think
Funny People is
you're
definitely
right.
too long.
Over 2 hours of Pete Davidson is a lot of Pete Davidson.
Yeah, get it to 150 tops.
Yeah, right? There's nothing wrong with that. 2 hours and 17 minutes. I mean, how long was the 40-year-old virgin?
It was over 2 hours.
Was it? 116 minutes. So
almost
just shy.
2 hours, yeah.
Just shy. But I feel like that movie packed a lot in.
Yeah.
It was a little slapsticky.
It was, yeah.
So Judd Apatow is working on a George Carlin documentary. He's going to be going through a lot of interviews and specials and blah, blah, blah. George Carlin's death anniversary is coming up on the 22nd. He died when I killed him a day before my birthday. He will have been dead for 12 years on Monday the 22nd.
It's crazy how his stuff not only holds up, but resonates more now than some of it did back then.
He was way ahead of the curve.
Very, very ahead.
Yeah. You can pick, it's like Trump tweets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the joke, there's not really a joke, there's always a tweet.
Yeah.
Where you can go back and he will have said something that contradicts what he says now,
Right.
his own words. Carlin, it's the Chris Rock joke in Comedian, the Seinfeld documentary. Anything that you want to talk about, somebody would say, Carlin did it.
Mm-hmm.
What about this? Carlin already did it. A long time ago. That's just a function of being older than those guys, too, but still. Carlin was a guy also, we were talking before about working under pressure. That was a guy who locked down every syllable he wanted to say.
Yeah.
He didn't get out there. If you ever saw Carlin when he was on the road working out one of those upcoming HBO hours, it was a little jarring to see him screw up. Because you were so used to, for me, so used to seeing the finished product. So when you would see him live...
And he stumbled a bit.
Yeah, because he's memorizing massive, specifically written chunks of material. He's like, I'm not up here to riff. I know exactly what I want to say, precisely how I want to say it, and now I am memorizing the whole thing so I can shoot it for HBO.
But then still editing the whole time, too, where he's recording the audio of every single set, listening to it that night, and then going back and saying, okay, this is too long here, I need to pause more here. And they talked about that when we watched that National Comedy Center special about Carlin, and how, was he the funniest? Well, it's because he worked so hard. Like, that's kind of how it comes down with George Carlin, is he wasn't just a really funny guy. His work ethic was through the roof.
I mean, he's one of the only comedians that had a Supreme Court case with the whole 7 dirty words thing, with the First Amendment. So he walked the walk. Yeah, he said one time that some people, there are comedians who write their own material. And he said he thought of himself as a writer who performed his own material. He's like, you start as the writer and you go from there. So he did 14 stand-up comedy specials for HBO, starting in 1977. It sucks that he's not going to be in the Bill and Ted movie, quite frankly.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
He was Rufus in the Bill and Ted. I watched that new Bill and Ted trailer today, and I'm going, okay.
Yeah, I didn't really need this
you know?
Yeah.
Like, I want it to be good.
I want it to be good, too. I was shocked at how good Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey was, and that's after I rewatched it as an adult, so maybe this one will be good, but anybody that's ever seen the Bill and Ted movies, go back and rewatch Bogus Journey and appreciate that for what it is, because it is very funny.
I remember seeing Bogus Journey. I don't remember anything about it. I've never seen it since.
It's pretty funny, and it's dark, and talk about a movie that, like, just moves. Like, they keep going through all these different bits through the whole movie, and it's fantastic.
Yeah. So it was interesting to see Carlin evolve over the years on The Tonight Show, by the way, because he started doing that show very kind of buttoned up, and then he obviously started growing his hair out and more counterculture stuff. Hosted the very first episode of Saturday Night Live. He was in Dogma, Kevin Smith's High Water Mark. He was in The Aristocrats, obviously. And so there's a documentary coming. There's also a Patrice O'Neal documentary.
That's what I want. It's the Patrice documentary. I love Patrice. Who's doing that one?
Bill Burr and Al Madrigal are the executive producers, but Comedy Central is doing that one.
But there's not like a specific director that's in charge of it.
I don't see that.
But it's through All Things Comedy. Then, like, they're the executive producers.
I guess
that's good.
so.
As long as Bill Burr's involved, I think it'll be good.
Is it bad that through this whole like Black Lives Matter thing, I've been thinking about the Patrice O'Neal bit where he's just like, y'all hate cops because y'all don't own nothing. So I'm like, well, what do I own? I only own a car. So I'm like, well, maybe that's why I don't like,
count.
Yeah, I was like, maybe that's why I don't like cops right now. I need to start owning more stuff.
Yeah.
God damn, he's funny.
There was a clip of his going around the other day that I saw about how long they would search for a white woman if she went up missing.
Oh, yeah.
That's how...
Natalie Holloway.
Yeah, but I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Never mind.
He's like, they went looking for Natalie Holloway forever, and then there was a girl who had gotten killed. He goes, what's the name of that girl that got killed in Brazil? Yeah, right. Mm-hmm. And nobody can remember.
Right.
And then he goes, what was the other girl? And they yell out Natalie Holloway. Like, exactly.
That's how you know she's hot.
That's how you know. I also like the guy who took painstaking work and detail to fashion a Clevelandish script sign out of the word butthole.
Real MVP right there.
And then placed it around some prominent areas of Cleveland. He tweeted out some photos. Other people get married, have kids, buy houses, have careers. Me cuts paper into the word butthole and takes it to not one, but 3 different locations in the Cleveland area.
I wonder how many times it blew away. Like what?
I mean, do you affix it to cardboard or?
It is cardboard. You can see the little cardboard stand behind it.
It is
cardboard. You can see the little cardboard stand behind it.
Oh, it is.
And even though Cleveland is perceived to be the butthole of the world sometime, right? When you look at gross domestic product and
putting the gross in gross domestic product.
Domestic capital.
Yeah.
There's a lot of per capitas.
So, boy, the Cleveland Tourism Bureau has got its work cut out for it. When all anybody can talk about is Frank Jackson.
Hey,
and butthole.
There's plenty of people that are in the b-holes, so you just mark it to those ones.
Heather Ramsey is the person who made the sign. And people are putting her right up there with the guy who made the Lido Lounge for squirrels. With
that.
Yeah. So, thank you for your service, Heather. That's a fantastic job. I mean, can you make lemonade out of this lemon?
I don't know.
I know it's an aggressive word. Aggressive word. It's probably going to get me talked to at home again.
Why were you talking about beer holes and penises on the radio, Daddy?
Honey, that wasn't me. That was the mayor of Cleveland, Ohio. His honor, Frank Jackson.
Why are you talking about b-holes at the press conference, Mayor?
That's right.
I wonder, does he regret saying that?
What do you think?
Maybe he doesn't.
This is what he's going to be known for.
The butthole mayor?
Yes.
He's
not. I mean, listen,
mayor.
with all due respect, he's not known for much else, okay? He's been mayor for a long time. And he's not known. What has been his greatest legislative achievement?
He's built up the city.
Who knows? What?
He's built up in the last decade.
When you're the
Cleveland
mayor,
looks a lot different.
A lot of cities look a lot different. The mayor just goes, yeah, put some money there, put some money there, put some money there. But, you know, I don't know what his great legislative achievements have been. Executive achievements, whatever they are, right? This is what he's going to be known for. Like it or not. Right? You had a mayor whose hair caught on fire. Remember that guy?
Who was
Our
that?
mayor?
Yes. Didn't you have a mayor that his hair caught on fire?
I don't remember that.
Why are all of our mayor's cartoon characters?
Ralph Perk. He was the 52nd mayor of Cleveland, Ohio. He dropped out of high school at age 15, took correspondence courses to earn his high school diploma. He's been dead for 20 years. He was the mayor from 72 to 77.
No, of course I would remember this.
Well, I mean, you don't remember that. You weren't alive when the river caught on fire, but everybody remembers that.
Well, they talk about that a lot more.
Well,
I've never heard of this before.
Well, 1972, he became the subject of national ridicule when he accidentally set his hair on fire, attempting to use a welder's torch for a ribbon-cutting ceremony.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
The video's on YouTube.
That's very funny.
So rather than everybody else going, you know what? Scissors. You never get to use, it would be fun to use the giant, comically oversized scissors on a ribbon cutting. This guy goes,
I got
you know
one
what?
better.
I got one better.
Blowtorch.
Blowtorch. Right? Mayor Acetylene. He lit his hair on fire. That's what he's going to be known for.
I like when they did this. I don't think this is a mayor thing, but when they did the softball toss off the Terminal Tower, and they like hit some lady in the collarbone and broke it, and then they smashed a couple car windows.
Why would they drop a ball off of Terminal Tower?
It was a contest. It was the old owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers, and he was chucking softballs off the side of the building into
Why would
Public
anyone
Square.
do that?
Because it was a contest, and then he had his players. He owned like a minor league softball team or something like that, and they were trying to catch it. And if they caught one of the balls, then they got some sort of prize. And it was this big
He's
publicity
at the top,
stunt.
and the people were at the bottom trying to catch
he
it?
couldn't see anything, and he was just chucking them over. And then they had to go on the news that night and apologize. They didn't do any safety tests. There wasn't even a radio to let them know, like,
No walkie-talkies,
hey,
nothing?
Nothing. He's just up there, and he said he couldn't even see over it, so he was just like the first one he throws hits a car, the second one hits a lady.
Oh my god!
And they just keep going. It's on YouTube as well, and it's very crazy.
I just picture The Office when Michael throws the watermelon.
Yeah,
it's just put it out there, see what. Whoa!
And they just keep going too, because like one of the guys catches the ball. He's like, "Yeah, I won. I got the ball, so I did it. I won the $5,000 or whatever it was."
That just seems like.
It's incredibly dangerous and stupid.
The Terminal Tower is not that tall, but it's tall enough where you'd think if I throw this off the top, someone will get hurt. Even if you caught the ball, it would hurt.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty
So
high.
they do that. River catches on fire. Mayor's hair catches on fire. They do that balloon thing.
The balloon thing, yeah.
Which was a huge fiasco.
What was that?
Nobody. No, well, they let
out like 3 million balloons, and then it ended up being a windy day, and they killed a helicopter pilot or something. Yeah.
They stayed downtown, then they were blown out into the parkway, and
our friend Brian Kenny does a series, or he used to, I don't think he's doing it anymore, for Cleveland.com, where he talks about some of these things. He goes in depth about the balloon thing, and I think the softball thing too. If you just search Brian Kenny in Cleveland, it's like gray skies and brown mustard or something.
How scared would you be if you were in a helicopter and you just say, I don't know.
A million balloons come up.
It
You
looked
can't
super.
see
It looked
anything.
super cool until it started to go. It looked like a flock of birds that were all changed direction at once. Balloon Fest '86. The United Way of Cleveland set a world record by releasing almost 1.5 million balloons. Property damage, multiple traffic collisions, non-fatal injuries, multiple horses.
Horses.
The organizers in the city faced lawsuits seeking millions of dollars in damages.
Ted Stepien was the dude that did the softball toss.
There you go.
That's why we can't have no money in this city, because it goes to lawsuits, settling stuff. Oh my god.
Yeah, police brutality cases.
You worry about the potholes, and this is why we can't get them filled, because y'all people sue. Let us have our balloon day.
Fill them with empty balloons. Yeah, so, volunteers and students spent many hours filling the balloons with helium. They had originally planned to release 2 million balloons, but eventually stopped at over 1.4 million. I guess the tanks ran out.
I'm not doing 600,000 more of these. I'm done.
Yeah. Burke Lakefront Airport had to shut down for a half an hour after balloons landed there. Traffic collisions were reported as drivers swerved to avoid slow-motion blizzards of multicolored orbs, or took their eyes off the road to gawk up into the air.
What about the horses?
Balloons landing on a pasture in Medina County spooked a woman's Arabian horses, who suffered permanent injuries as a result. She sued the United Way for $100,000 in damages. 2 fishermen were reported missing by their families on the day of the event. The Coast Guard search and helicopter crew had difficulties reaching the area because of the asteroid field of balloons.
It's wild.
So the search and rescue boat tries to find these guys floating in the lake, but the balloons in the water made it impossible to see whether anyone was in the lake. The fishermen's bodies subsequently washed ashore.
It's not funny.
I mean, this was supposed to be on paper
really
an
nice
innocuous.
thing,
They're trying to break a world record, right? That's what hubris gets you. Trying to break a world record. For what? For nothing. So you're in the book that the beer company puts out?
Would you say they really blew it out of proportion? Come on.
So, no, I wouldn't say that at all.
Man.
Right. However, the 1988 Guinness Book of World Records does recognize it as the largest ever mass balloon release.
Hey.
With 1.4 million balloons launched.
And mass murder.
So, yeah, I mean, say what you want about this city.
We are not just full of hot air.
It has... I like the squeak laugh. So pleased that you get the squeak laugh out of her.
Your dad probably laughs like that. That's a dad laugh.
No.
Except that these weren't hot air balloons. Wait, let's hold on. There we go.
All those balloons were filled with farts.
So this city's got great stories. Great stories.
I don't have any more.
And locally, people can, they can say whatever they want. But this is, hey, maybe this will spur Frank Jackson on to do some amazing things to distract from. He goes, yeah, sure. I said Cleveland was the butthole of the world, but look at all these amazing things that I've done. Right. Any huge mass gathering of people now, they can call the 50,000 Butthole March or whatever it is.
First Butthole Stadium.
But there, I mean, if nothing else, it's going to be the number one form of graffiti from now on in Cleveland. Right?
Probably.
I mean, I have been impressed at how integrated into the fabric of this city the Buzzard logo is. Right? Most radio stations don't enjoy that kind of, not just longevity of the station, but that iconic of a figure. And I think it's soon to be supplanted by people tagging butthole, the Buzzard. Let's combine them.
The Buzzard?
The Buzzard.
The Buzzard.
Something. I don't know.
Can we just make 100.7 but make the 2 zeros buttholes?
Yeah. 100.7 WMMS, the pucker.
The pucker.
All right. I'll leave that to people smarter than I. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192, and we'll be back after these.
The Alan